give some time for people to join. I'll make a little announcement. Way too loud. Oh, that was terribly loud. Nighthound, how are you doing? Doing pretty well. Excellent. Oh, excellent. I can't type and talk at the same time. I can type and talk at the exact same time, as long as exactly what I'm typing is what you want to hear, which was just the announcement to the of the Discord channel. That's all. That was all. Got some pretty fun stuff to do after the news. I don't think the news is going to take too long. I always think that. I always think the news is going to take like 30 minutes. And then it ended up taking like 2 hours. For some reason. We get talking. Russell, how are you doing? How are you doing? Hope everybody has... Okay, look, like this weekend feels important to me, like there's like some sort of holiday or something, because like I'm not working next week, but that's because I have my surgery on Tuesday. And so it feels like a holiday, like, and so I'm like oddly kind of excited about it, which maybe says something, but I'm like, man, I'm not working next week. This is an exciting time. I'm pumped. That being said, next Saturday is I don't know if I'll be streaming or not. In theory, I will be able to. I don't know how much pain I will be in, and if there will be a desire of mine to do so. So those are kind of the things that will be up in the air and will probably define a lot of whether I stream or not. So anyways, just keep that in mind. I will post on Discord if I'm going to. I'm going to try. Probably because I'm going to be bored. So. I think build packs are pretty cool. Me too. Me too. I know you and I actually did some stuff with build packs, Nighthound, which is pretty cool. Yeah, but let's not jump ahead of ourselves. We got some security stuff to talk about. We have like one thing for cloud news. I'm not even sure. I found AKS actually has really good release notes on GitHub. And I was like, this is actually cool. One, something on GitHub and Azure that I don't hate. And I was like, this is actually like a cool way of using release note, like for a web service. I really don't hate it. Core memory. you and I cried in separate corners of the room, asking ourselves why we tried to do what we tried to do. Those are core memories. All right. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining me today. So just a bit of brief... I hate it when the words escape me, but a little bit of brief maintenance at the beginning of the stream. So in this maintenance window that we're having here really quickly, just wanted to make sure you were all aware I am having a procedure on my right arm. I have a torn tendon, and I will be having that fixed. That being said, I don't know how much pain I will be in. It's on Tuesday. News is on Saturday. I could be super bored because I won't be able to use my arm for like months, and I'm a pretty outdoors person. So a lot of the things I would normally be doing, I can't do. And so I may very well be streaming more. But I'll just see. Like I said, I don't know. Supposedly it's pretty painful, but I don't know how fast I'll be healing. So next week is kind of up in the air, but I do presume to resume on the following week. But I'll let you guys know in Discord how all of that is going. And yeah, we'll cover the AKS release notes just because I thought it was a cool way to do release notes for a cloud service. Okay? I actually don't use it. All right. Let's talk security. As all of you know, I think security is everyone's job. If you're building a service, you're building it for consumers and or some consumer, whether that's another business, whether that is an individual, and you should take their security as a top priority. I am not one of those consultants who's going to tell you to get by with the littlest that you can. and let people get killed by a roller coaster because the lawsuit would be cheaper. I do very much the opposite. You should do as much as you can. That doesn't mean you won't get hacked. It doesn't mean you'll be perfect, but you should do as much as is feasibly possible, because that's the responsibility you have to your customers. That being said, one of the things that we need to be doing is staying up on the threat landscape. And one of those is DDoS attacks. Now, a lot of us use a provider, but I think it's important to understand where these attacks are coming from and how they're changing, because it can vary how you deal with them. So the very first thing that we're going to cover is this Cloudflare DDoS threat report. Let me actually send you guys the link. So this is just the threat landscape that you can expect on DDoS. There was a couple interesting things that came out of this. For a lot of it, it's pretty much the same as usual, but I think that I wanted to just point out a couple interesting things. First, a hypervolume DDoS attacks defined as 1 terabit per second, or 1 billion packets per second, or 1 million requests per second. So these are the TBS, BPS, and MRPS. Anyways, have been a growth category. So basically, the really, really big hyper growth, hyper volumetric attacks have been growing in size. One of this is there's a couple reasons this is important. The reason this is important is a lot of these are short and small. So what happens is that a lot of these happen in under 10 minutes. Under 10 minutes is the majority of these attacks, right? The scale gets much smaller. This scale is not linear because this would be 90% and these would be all very small. Just there's a big gap here. So just realize that this is not a evenly distributed scale. This is 1%, this is 100%. 1% has majority of attacks happen in under 10 minutes. And if you actually read, a lot of them happen in like record-breaking assaults that lasted only 35 seconds. So some of these that are you're talking about your super large attacks that are over a terabyte are happening for very short periods of time. The caveat to that, don't think that you'll recover just because it only lasts for 30 seconds. Don't think that you'll recover in 30 seconds, right? Because a lot of these effects cascade. And there's a lot of cascading effects that will happen. If you've ever been through this, there's a lot of cascading effects that happen. And it takes a while to recover. Is this going to be caused by OpenAI or Anthropic? Probably. They're going to be like, well, okay, we're going to have to talk about this because the number of self-owns by AI companies is starting to get staggering. And I think they need to be called out on it. So we'll cover that at the end of this because there was another self-owned at DEF CON this year. OpenAI released more details on their agent, and I thought that was one of the biggest self-owns. I would have been embarrassed to talk about that. I'm glad that they weren't, so that we know the truth, but I would have been embarrassed for many reasons. All right. One of the interesting things that I thought people might not realize is, so this is the topmost attacked countries. The United States and China flip-flopped. And then the attack source, I found this to be very interesting. For the first time, it was Brazil and not the United States. Now, a lot of this makes sense because a lot of the attacks originate from data centers where there has been compromised host, right? So the attack source comes from a compromised host. This is not talking about where the person that initiated it lives. That's largely unknown for a lot of these. This is about where all of the compute power is coming from. And for the first time in forever, it's been Brazil instead of the United States, which I found to be interesting. I don't know what that means yet. Take with that what you want. But now there's other stuff. You should go read it, whether, if you care that DNS floods are the dominant source of this, or if there's anything else that you'd like, you go read it. It's a decent article, and stay up on that. Other than that, there was really two other big things in security that I think you should know about. I want to make sure that, okay, they're in order. I had to make sure. Oh, wait. What is this? Is this really the Dutch? I didn't even get that far down the list. The Netherlands. What? That surprises me so much, actually. Do you know what would not have surprised me? If it was like Canada, just they pretend to be nice and they're like sleeper agents. Yeah, that's my running theory right now. Damn it, Dutch. Oh, okay. If Dutch makes it on today, remind me to come back and show him this, because that's too good. That is too good. If you pay a tax per unit area, NL is attack dense. Yeah. Well, that does surprise me. I should have actually caught that. I was too caught up in the fact that Brazil overtook the United States, which I found really, really interesting, because again, you're talking about where there's data centers. Like, the most data centers in the world exist in the United States. And so, like, it makes sense for the United States to, be the origin of these things. And not Brazil or the Netherlands. So anyways, I found that interesting. But yeah, man, I would have assumed India had more data centers and been the attack vector, honestly. This actually surprises me too, about how low it is. Singapore is also attack dense. All right. So, what else do you need to know about? Well, if I haven't convinced you to never touch Firebase, if I haven't burned into you that Firebase and GraphQL, while they sound great, are dangerous, deadly things, please hire me to consult with you if you've been thinking about using a graph database or GraphQL, and or specifically, very specifically, Firebase. These both suffer from the same issue. And I have been saying this for a very long time, but yeah, let's talk about it. TLDV, too lazy, didn't validate. Meetings left wide open. So this person, Babada. I'm going to go with Babada. Anyways, reported on January 26th, 2026. It is now July 2026. 6 months later, the Firestore database is still wide open. The CTO never responded. I guess my emails were too long and they didn't review that. Now, I will say that it is very important that you have, I could point to my companies, that you have a vulnerability disclosure program. It's super, super important that you give people a way to do this that don't involve the CTO. My team actually runs and manages that. We have automated things that alerts are raised if people reach out to us through the prescribed methods. So we know and are on top of security vulnerability disclosure. It was one of the greatest things when my team was praised for being super professional to work with. When a vulnerability researcher said that, it made me super happy and excited. It was like, it's like being a parent and somebody being like, oh, your children are well behaved. And you're like, oh, wow, I did something right in my life at least. So that being said, it's super important that you have those things so that they don't go unvalidated. But I don't want to jump too far into that because that is a failing in and of itself. The big failure here is that they use Firebase. When you sign up for TLDV, the platform authenticates you with a JWT and it exchanges it for a Firebase token. That token lets you query their Firebase data store. The meetings collection has no tenant isolation. Any authenticated TLDV user can query every meeting across every account on the platform. Each meeting records hands you the creator's email. One, this sounds very vibe coded. And two, your customer's data is your most precious thing. Don't ever put it in a Firestore database because this is the problem with I cannot tell you how many people have been hacked by the fact that they use Firestore databases and didn't understand that it is a nightmare to lock down because you have to do per data access control throughout the whole thing. It's a nightmare. I've made videos on it. You can do it. GitHub is an example of doing it and doing it well, minus their uptime. But it's something you have to go into eyes wide open, and you definitely shouldn't be vibe coding this. Now, I love, I'll say our agentic engineering. I'm not a big fan of that. I actually love the concepts behind that, but there are definitely things that you want human eyes on. And that's anything around security. I don't care if you vibed out the access control like most of the Terraform template, but you need human eyes on every single line of a security control. Why? Because you should have two eyes on it at the minimum. At the minimum, you should have two sets of eyes on security related things. And access control is a security related control. So I don't care how much of the rest of it you're doing with the agentic engineering. These are the types of things that have to have human eyes, and you just shouldn't use Firebase. It's open source meeting notes. When your meeting notes go open source. Oh, this is actually pretty terrifying though. This is pretty. Like, anyways, I maintain a 3-day SLA. If you submit a security vulnerability disclosure, 3 days. We will respond. We won't necessarily validate it in 3 days. It depends on how busy we are, but we will respond to you and your needs, ask you some questions, some follow-up questions, and depending on how hard it is to replicate and reproduce, we'll at least get back to you within 3 days. That gives we don't have to respond over the weekend or a short holiday. 3 days is just kind of a nice big window that we'll get back to you. Usually we get back within the first day. with our initial findings, but yeah, a transparency win. Oh man, there's. I was actually talking to somebody earlier this week about this, where I see there's a future where there's like, okay, in the United States, and I'm sure this happens in maybe every country thinks they build quality, right? And so like I'm sure that if you're in Britain, there's something for like British made or something like that, where like it's higher quality. And usually I think usually there's a good decent backing to that, because if it is made there, it's usually much more expensive as well. And usually that's what you're paying for. It's not that it's inherently because it was locally made that it was better made. But usually it's of higher quality materials and stuff, because that's how they're niche in the market. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I actually think that there is a possible future. I'm not saying this is going to be the future, but there's a possible future out there where there are companies who make software who specifically say, and we don't use AI, that are more expensive, but you pay for privacy and the fact that they're going to take security seriously. Because this whole thing reads as a AI vibe coded software company. And I'm not even sure they maybe even know the root issue here. And that might be a problem. It means it might not be solvable easily. I didn't say that was going to be the future. I just said there could be a future where something like that is done. It would be a weird future. It'd be a weird future. I'm not supporting that future. I think all software, if you should take security seriously. All right. Last thing. If it wasn't a day that ended in the word day, we wouldn't be having an NPM breach. But I thought you guys should know about this because it's actually very interesting and more difficult. So the interesting thing about this is that, one, it's still ongoing. Two, it's a little bit different than the previous ones. And the reason that it's a little different is because it has valid SLSA provenance attestations. Now, if you're wondering what this is, what SLSA is right here, I think it's SLSA dev. Did I get the... Yeah! Okay. I'm a huge fan of this, and I think that you should be doing this for your customers. Basically, this is a way to prove that your supply chain hasn't been compromised. And there's a couple different levels of it. If you're looking at it, there's like build level 1, 2, and 3 that you can, let's see, where's the developer? We can dig into it. Anyways, if you guys want, I can go into what SLSA is, but it's a way to prove that you built the thing and wanted to build the thing. So what sets this attack apart from the Axios compromise is that the packages were published through NPM's OIDC trusted publishing via valid SLSA provenance. So what this means is, in the Axios case, there was an absence of provenance, which means if you were actually checking for provenance, you would actually get an invalid provenance, which means you would know immediately that this was not a trusted package and you should not use it. So if you had an like an ingress hook or like any of those types of things where you were checking things like provenance, like you should check a provenance of a container before you run it, 100%. That's like the really cool part of this is like you can do those types of things and you should be doing those in production systems. That being said, a lot of the ones, like in Axios, that provenance was missing. This is how they so quickly detect and remove those things from NPM. This one right here, that didn't happen. And so it had valid salsa provenance, which means detecting and cornering it is much more difficult. The attacker compromised the maintainer's GitHub accounts, published poison release commits and tags, and let the project's own release workflows ship the malware. So that means cryptographically, it was attested and indistinguishable from legitimate releases by any automated provenance check. So this was actually a hack of the provenance, which you have to be really, really, really careful about because, yeah, it's one of the layers of the security. Again, this is why the security people always say it's layers of security. And the reason is any one layer can and will fail eventually. That being said, I'm not going to go into details about it. You can go here and read it from Step Security yourself. Oh, I am talking to Fortinet specifically. If any of you don't know, I am not sponsored by Step Security, but I do really like Step Security. So if you're on GitHub Actions and you're like, man, GitHub Actions don't have half the security requirements that we need, give them a check. There's also a write-up by Microsoft on this very thing that I can also give you this URL. So Microsoft and Step Security work together to work on this. Anyways, so good write-ups. And that's it for security. Did anybody else see anything interesting in security that happened? Anything news noteworthy about? Oh, we were in ads during that. Oopsie. All right. We're back from ads. All right. I wanted to talk really quickly about why I am very cautious about AI watermarking. It has nothing to do with people complaining about it spending extra tokens, which I don't believe it does. If you actually read the research on it, how it works doesn't cost you tokens. It actually works in a way that I predicted it might when we looked at something else, and that's fine. But I have a much bigger problem with detection of statistical analysis via statistical analysis. That, I think, is a very, very slippery slope that's going to cause problems and is probably more harmful. So in my mind, it's kind of like the innocent until proven guilty. You need a high bar because the harm of saying something is AI generated is much higher. And there's tons of research out there that says that how people write and how people speak are changing based off of how much AI writing they read. Basically, humans also learn and evolve as they're going through their life. I mean, that's what school does. And they pick up on stuff. which means I don't even know that the original research is valid anymore. So let's talk about it a little bit more. And why am I talking about this right now? Well, Anthropic just posted, we've written an FAQ to answer some of the questions we received about watermarking. In summary, we're implementing watermarking to comply with the EU AI Act. Other major model developers assigned the same code of practice and will be also implementing watermarking. I would say that they need to be able to monitor their code and their agents before watermarking, because obviously they've done a bang up job of it, but we're focusing on watermarking instead of actually holding them accountable for the things that they set their agents out to do. Okay, let's talk about watermarking. Our watermarking method does not have any practical input on the quality or content of Claude's output. Mostly true. The difference between watermarked and unwatermarked text will be indistinguishable to readers. Mostly true. Nothing is added to the text and there's no hidden characters. There are no hidden characters. This is ish true. Watermarking doesn't require extra tokens and will not be more expensive. Ish true again. Watermarks can be traced to a specific person, organization, or chat, or can't be, and that is also true. So you can read Open Anthropic's watermarking here if you like. They just basically review very high level, but their watermarking technique is based off of this paper. This paper is Scalable Watermarking for Identifying Large Language Models. This was made in October 2024. And I would argue that this paper, this research needs to be done again because of many reasons. Like I said, our language, how we speak, how we write changes as we go. And how they're checking on this is statistical analysis. And one of my big problems that nobody was talking about is that the false positive rate is 1%. So what does this mean? It means that even in 2024, it was detecting false positives at 1% rate. Now, how does SynthID text work, you might ask? Well, there's a couple good explanations if you're trying to, but basically at the end, it's a token guesser. And when Anthropic, this annoys me, says, oh, we have no idea if it has consciousness, and they're big fat liars when they say that, because they can actually tell you if something is written by Claude because they know basically how Claude, the statistical analysis behind it. So they'll say, hey, if these 3 words had been before it, Claude is going to predict this token next, right? They know that information, which is more than they know about what their agents are actually doing because they don't monitor it. That being said, 1% is well too much. For me to write a valid thing without AI and for SynthID to then mark it as AI generated, 1 out of 100 things is too much. And if you are a person who reads a lot of Claude output, you might now do things like Claude would, because again, this is statistical analysis. Basically, what this does to watermark it is it says, okay, well, Claude would pick of these 3 things, and we're going to overlay a key on it. And instead of picking cloudy, we're going to pick overcast because it was one of those 2 things. And while Claude would have picked cloudy because we know it would pick cloudy, we're going to pick overcast. And that is the basics of that, is you can go through and you can say, all right, well, Claude would have picked cloudy. We know that it changed these 3 things, and that lines up with Claude's key, that their key overall. Again, this is the statistical analysis on a bunch of text to base it off of whether this was generated by statistical analysis. I'm very against this. And I think that there's more applicable things that we could be doing than trying to watermark. Exactly, Russell. Exactly. Like, maybe I need to make a video where I clearly think out like all of my probably very hot takes on this are, but like I am very like, and one of the big reasons I'm very against this is 1 out of 100 students is going to get mislabeled as using Claude to do their homework when they didn't do it. If that's what I think that's what the EU really wants here. And that's a problem. That's a huge problem. And I have great problems with this. The other problem with this is it doesn't do anything. If you're talking about text, if you want effectiveness, all you have to do is change a few things because it's statistical analysis. We can do this if I get access to the SynthID text system so that I can leverage it without costing too much. We can see how much we have to change to get a passing score. What I have seen, it's not a whole lot. Even if you don't try to get around it, even if you don't try, you only get 90% confidence. That's the maximum. That's like the best case is 90%. Everything is below that. Best case, you can have 90% confidence, whether it's true or not. And in actuality, it's much lower than that. You get much lower confidence rating. So anyways, I'm very against this. I would say that we shouldn't make laws to just make laws. I understand where the EU wants their children to be educated. I'm a big proponent of education. I'm a big proponent of helping our children grow so that that next generation is, to be able to do better than we are. That's my goal. And so I'm not against that. I do think that what we're doing here doesn't make sense, isn't useful, and will actually hurt some valid students. And that's my big thing is I don't want, that would be just absolutely crushing. So anyways, I'm pretty against it. Anyways, that's probably a hot take. Speak louder for the people in the back. Am I speaking too loud? I can turn my volume down. Sorry about that. Is this better? Is that better? I have a very loud voice. Thank you. Oh, I see what you were trying to do. I'm sorry. I totally took it as I was speaking too loud. I'm such a sarcastic person. That's where my mind went. Oh. Exactly. So I'm I think laws are very difficult and tricky because there's a lot that goes into them. And the idea is to make ones that make our communities better. My general take on that is we should have as few laws as we can that protect our community from really bad things. And that's like a really hard line to draw. Like, where do you draw that line? I don't really know. This one, I definitely think when you make a law that could hurt innocent people, that's an easy place where I draw the line, where like the laws shouldn't hurt innocent people that are actually trying. So it turns out learning patterns is easy when everything is an if-else statement. Oh, we have a NPM developer here. We have an NPM developer. I'm just teasing you. We're all NPM developers at heart. We love our node. You do code and digital art? I don't do digital art. I suck at digital art. I suck at any type of art. Actually, that's not true. You know the purely abstract, like I put balloons full of paint and threw them at a wall? I do that type of art really well. That's my type of art. Like the really abstract, you wouldn't understand it. Nobody should understand it type of art. I'm good at that. Anything that takes more than that. I'm about as artistic as a brick. All right. Let's talk about a little bit of open source. And a quick reminder, I am looking for people, I'm looking for your all's help to help me find where technology is actually, and news articles where technology is actually doing good for humanity and the world. So if there's a company that's doing something that you see, or if they're, and I don't care if it's as small as like, hey, this person open sourced a thing that helps remind you to water your plants. I don't know, or something to help educate children or whatever it is. You know, last week we actually covered or the week before, we actually covered a thing that helps people that don't have the use of their arms use a mouse, which is really cool. And so there's a bunch of stuff like that that I'm sure that's going on, that's out there, that's actually making a difference in people's lives. And I want to cover more of it. So just a call out, help me find that type of information. Do me a favor. We have a Discord. If you join it, we'll be suspicious of you because we've been dealing with a lot of bots. It's gotten bad on Discord. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm going to say Puisi. That's what I'm going with, and I'm sure it's wrong. You'll have to forgive me. English is my first and only language. I'm fairly bad at it. Puisi. Okay. Anyways, Puisi. We do have a Discord. You can join it. I agree. That's just my general take right now. AI is fine for lowering the entry, but if you don't know how to guide it, if you don't know what you want, it's just going to do a bunch of stuff that isn't necessarily gaining you traction, isn't actually progressing you forward and things like that. It's just going to do a lot of stuff. And it takes me back to like in physics, like the definition of work. Like for the definition of work, you actually have to move the thing, right? Like if you're just pushing on something and it doesn't move, well, you didn't really do any work. And so, you know, that's kind of my look here is like, if you actually want to do work with it, you actually need to know what you want to do to actually progress. How do you know you made something better if you don't really know what it? Anyways, I agree in general. Machine learning and LLMs are massively different, and I hate that people get them confused. They're all sufficiently advanced statistical analysis machines. They all do really, really advanced statistical analysis, and that's what all the PyTorch and all of those things are doing. But there's so much other stuff than LLMs, and it's a burning passion to help people understand the difference between that. I mean, I guess at the end, they're literally linear math, linear algebra. So I guess they're very similar at that point, but like the whole point is like it's not an LLM that's doing that. It's actually statistical math. And it's really cool that we're getting to use it for that. I actually do call some of these things out, like the detecting breast cancer and stuff like that. And a lot of the times, if you actually look and read into them, it's not that they used Claude, it's that they used machine learning to do a thing, and they had the skills and they had the knowledge and they wanted to go do a thing. I remember a big famous one was detecting something in the retina of your eye. of these retina scans. And they got the ML things to do it better than people that trained their whole lives. But it was the people that trained their whole lives to do it that were able to give it the necessary information, the things to look for, the applications and the patterns and all of that to get it to that point. It's nothing different than we've been doing for the thousands of years. So anyways, thank you so much for the follow. There's your AI generated follow message. We need to work on that. All right, let's quickly cover the rest of the news because we have other stuff to do. Today. In open source news, we have the CNCF announces the graduation of cloud native build packs. As Nighthound and I talked about, we actually did a project with this. We cried a little bit of shared mutual pain with build packs. I think build packs are really cool. And I think Wasam's really cool for the things that it allows you to do. This comes out of like the Heroku level things where you have some code and it automatically gets built into a container and run for you. And you know, this is actually really cool. Yeah, so this is, you know, transforming an application source code into an OCI compliant container. It's finally reached, it's finally graduated, which I'm excited for because maybe it got easier to use. It was a bit rough. When we used it like 3 years ago. I don't remember. Nighthound, was it 3 years ago? It was a bit rough. So I'm excited because maybe it's gotten easier and maybe we should try giving it a shot again because, yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. That being said, since we're talking about Kubernetes, you now have KYAML because if YAML wasn't a confusing subset of JSON, now you can actually make that confusing subset even simpler by using KYAML because we went from JSON because JSON was too verbose and too complicated. We went to YAML because YAML was simpler and easy for our dumb brains. And then we decided that YAML was too complicated. So we actually dumbed that down into KYAML. So I was being super sarcastic, but so KYAML is a strict subset or dialect of standard YAML, designed to be parsable by the existing ecosystem without any changes as proposed by the CAP. It does not introduce a new format or a new parser. It just narrows the scope of choices you will make when writing YAML, so everyone ends up making the same ones. Basically, it's just a strict regulation for how to use YAML. I actually think you should give this as a requirement or a skill for any LLM. I actually love having skills for things like writing YAML and things like that so that the LLMs try to do it in the same manner every single time instead of getting different random formats and styles. Style guides are really, really important. And basically, KYAML is a really strict style guide for YAML. So it was funny to me because it brought back some like it feels like it's actually in between JSON and YAML at this point, which is hilarious, which I know it's still like valid YAML, but it feels funny because it's like the pendulum swung a little bit back. It was like, well, you know, maybe some of these things weren't, curly braces aren't all bad. Maybe we threw a little bit of the baby out with the bathwater. Kindergarten YAML. So anyways, if you're wanting to get started with KYAML, and like I said, I think, honestly, as I've dealt with AI agents, it's really important to give them this type of stuff. I made fun of KYAML. I actually am probably going to push for my company to adopt this as the standard for YAML, because it does like it's a good standard to follow. Everybody has these. Like whenever you go for a review, if you're a new engineer and you do something in YAML, people will be like, "Oh, put that in quotes," and you don't have like a good like deep down why, but like the new person doesn't. But if you give them a document, if you give them a place to learn and be like, hey, this is what we're using, please follow it. It's now just a standard. And the best thing about standards is you can now lint on them as well. So now if you have a strict style guide, you can lint on them. That's even better for AI agents when you can lint on your style guide. And so like, they also provided a linting agent. So this is really awesome. I actually really like this. I know I made fun of it at the very beginning just because we keep making new standards for writing YAML, or really we keep making new ways of writing JSON. But anyways, I found it funny. And but also you should use it. I think this is a big deal. I think you guys should go out and check it out right now. Well, I don't have a company. My company that I work for. Sorry. I don't own a company. I would love to own a company. I have a hard time starting a company because I would have to... Starting a company is very weird. It's very hard to start a company that just helps other people. And getting any type of funding right now feels like you have to be kind of a scammy AI thing. And I don't like both of those things. So, that being said... Actually, I tried to get funding for an idea. Nobody would give me funding for it. But basically, the idea it was a blockchain company. I never talked to anybody about this because, like, I thought that most people use blockchain to scam people. But the idea was to help local farmers sell their produce, especially things like cows and pigs. Whereas I don't want to buy a whole cow because even a quarter of a cow is hundreds of pounds of meat. And it's hard for a lot of people to store and leverage that. And a farmer only wants to sell a whole cow. Like that's all they can do. And so the whole idea was that this would give the ability for a farmer to sell a cow to 100 people and for it to get all distributed up and shipped out to them, and kind of be this distributed warehousing leveraging blockchain. I still think it's a good idea. Nobody will give you funding for that, but I still think it's a good idea. Any files are still the king of config. It's really the blockchain butcher. I know it sounds dumb. As soon as you said that, it sounds scammy and bad, mostly because blockchain sounds scammy. But it's more of the micro warehousing, because basically every farm would be a micro warehouse with a certain amount of produce that's getting raised over the next, they're like 16 months. And so you'd be able to micro warehouse on that, and it's just a distributed ledger. And the ledgers are the people with the cows, the people with the sheep, the people with the goats. And so those are the actual resources. And it wouldn't be like a public blockchain, like a lot of people would think about it. It's just, a ledger that all and it would provide them maintenance things like if you wanted to keep your herd. And anyways, it would allow the person to get the exact meat they wanted from as local as they could. I think there's a lot of benefits to it, but like I said, nobody will give you funding for that. It's a pretty hard thing to start up to. The Blockchain Butcher. That sounds like the Blockchain Butcher sounds like a horror movie, I think. It sounds like a horror movie. Now that I think about it. The Blockchain Butcher. I can just think of a guy like in a mask swinging a like a square chain, like all the links are square chains. The Blockchain Butcher. Anyways, let's move on. I don't know why I didn't put this next one in security, but I put it in open source, mostly because I think it was a huge win for open source. Now, this isn't an open source company, but yeah, okay, reject all. Thank you. How we track down a 16-year-old SQLite bug. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. At the end of last year, our uptime was pretty shaky. And not because of vibe coding. You can see the trend on our status page, so we can check this out. Pretty shaky. And that instability continued into the new year. Many of our outages were caused by a single bug deep in SQLite. Took months of intense forensic work to track down. This is really cool. I recommend you go read it. Basically, this goes into, as you all know, I love database architectures. Let's, not that long of a read. We can come back to it. We'll come back to it after the end of the news, if you all want. Let me know if you'd like for me to come back, and we can talk about basically they were effectively force flushing a bunch for reasons and causing this corruption of their databases. It's actually really cool how they were using SQLite in their distributed system. Honestly, I think you guys should go read it. If you guys want to talk about it afterwards, we can talk about it afterwards. But they made SQLite better and found a bug that was really old. They didn't fund the investigation, but the SQLite devs found it. I don't know. I know that they worked with the SQLite database with their bug. I don't know who found the bug. I don't remember. I guess I'm not sure. Right. Just because they funded the shim doesn't mean that they weren't involved in finding it. I guess I'm not sure what distinction we're making here. And I know like SQLite isn't open source in the form of like it lets anybody contribute to it. It doesn't. It is open source. You can go get the source if you like. But it's not open to new contributors as far as I know. It hasn't classically in the past. Thanks for the follow. But yeah, we'll come back to it because it's an interesting read. If you guys are interested in it. On the topic of open source and something I have downloaded for us. Do I have that here? Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Muse and Qwen 3.8 are going to get hit with the AI game. So the lizard man himself, Mark Zuckerberg, said that they weren't going to just make closed source models. And I said just a few weeks ago, I hope that they're not going to just make closed source models, because they said that they weren't going to. And the MSL, or the Meta Super Intelligence Lab, which is a stupid name for statistical analysis. Like this is just like, I full on got on the hype train and I just couldn't think of anything else for statistical analysis. Anyways, the MSL releases Apache 2, just the weights, obviously, not how they're training it. But it's a 30 billion parameter model, and it was just released. But not only was it just released, and you can find it on Hugging Face as well, but Quinn 3.8, 27 billion of FP8 was also released. Another fantastic model that we will also have to test. And I, good friends, downloaded them ahead of time for us, instead of having that awkward time where I'm streaming and we're waiting for the things to download and I'm killing my internet at the same time. So anyways, those were released. And Cactus Needle, an agentic LLM for tiny devices, an open 14 megabyte model for tool calling, device use, and structured extraction. Today we released Needle 2, an open 45 million parameter model for tool calling, device use, and structured extraction. The whole model is a single 24 megabyte binary that runs in 28 megabytes of RAM, is built on our simple attention network, compressed to CQ2-bit. I don't know what CQ2. I'm accustomed to the FP version variation of this. I'm assuming this is the Cactus Quants, which, again, I'm just not. I don't know what a Cactus Quant is compared to an FP, right? And it's baked into its own engine. So basically, it's just like a single binary that you can just run. And they specifically call out tool calling, which is cool, because guess who has a cool tool calling test? I do. So I think that we need to update that tool calling test to test this, because this is like literally what we test it with. This is literally what we test it with. Oh gosh, this is running in WebAssembly directly in the browser. I didn't even realize that. Anyways, this looks cool. We'll have to test it out. I've actually thought it would be interesting to try to train our own small model for stuff like tool calling or in the house. And I know that we're going to try to... We've been trying Alfred, my good man, to train Alfred, my good man. But we'll have to give it a shot. So anyways, if you guys want to check it out, go for it. Now, I was told, and I feel very misled, I was told by just about everyone that while I signed up for an early access preview, that instead of getting that early access preview, I could just go ahead and download Codex for Linux. Now, this looks great. There's actually a button, download for Linux. I got excited. I'm like, the mostest, richest, money-burning, top quality engineers in the world. They've got to make this good, right? They spent 6 months porting. They took 6 months porting an Electron app. Porting an Electron app into our beloved Linux. Only if you have a Debian or RPM based. Oh, okay. This is the only way you get me to download. So like, I'm going to have to hack apart a Deb, extract the file, and build my own package. You didn't give a Flatpak, a snap, a Docker image, just a binary. You could have done an app image. You could have. No. In the 6 months of hard agentic labor that they've put into this, wonderful. And even then, if you like actually log into it, it says not available on Linux. Like, it's such a bad release. I got angry enough to put it on the news. It's such a bad release. I got angry enough to put it on the news. Okay. That was it for the news. That was it. I couldn't help myself. I know. I was like, Sam, you're like, well, if you're on Fedora, and don't get me wrong, Ubuntu's a fantastic platform that has a ton of derivatives. That means like you could download it for Pop! OS. I know a lot of people like Pop! OS. You know, Ubuntu, Debian. It means that it works on a lot of people's machines, but there are a lot that don't use that. And giving us nothing, it just felt like, can I take apart a deb? Yeah. Debs are just zipped files. You can download one, you can unzip them, you can build your own scaffolding for an application. You can link it to your own stuff. I can do it. It's a lot of work. Sam looks like a Mac user. They have to be a Mac user. Like, the fact that this is an Electron app. This is an Electron app. And the fact that for an Electron app to take 6 months to port to Linux, and then for it to be so poorly supported, like, again, it just not available on Linux. Well, that's not even true. Now, it's not supported on my version of Linux. I can't use it, but it is supported on Linux. I wonder if this is like checking for specific versions of Linux. That would be asinine. But who knows? Fedora and Ubuntu is a hat and a drink. Sounds like a nice little picnic. Anyways, that was the news. Did I miss anything? Did you guys see anything that you think is really important that we should talk about? Insecurity and watermarking. I'm kind of excited about these. The new open models that are out. One second. It called lock door, not unlock door. Oopsie. Oh, it doesn't have an unlock door. Oh, okay. The only tool is lock door. Oh, okay. So maybe it said its confidence was kind of low. Right. Confidence is only 50% or 42%. Lock the side door. So it called lock door on the side door. Okay. Confidence 1. It nailed it. That's actually awesome. To have like a one of the things that we're doing is like home automation, right? And in home automation, we're working on our own open source voice agent. And with that, we want to be able to do things on it, so we need a model that's made for tool calling. Let's see. Set temp to 35 degrees. It got it. Low confidence? I didn't give it a room. Let's see. In kitchen. I think it's because like it wanted like whether it was heat or not. Yeah, this is higher confidence. Okay. So it's okay. We'll have to do the tool test with it. Little coder? What is this? Oh. This looks cool. I think 35 degrees would be uncomfortable in either way, right? It's either really cold or kind of hot. Like, isn't 35 like 85 or 90? 35 is like 90, right? 35 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit. Yeah. It's uncomfortable either way. Yeah. I was just thinking about it. 35 is a terrible temperature to set your kitchen. I suppose 95 is probably better than 35. You don't have to deal with pipes freezing. Well, this is cool. I wonder if this would be better. You know how we've used Quinn and it has not done very well, or not as well as I expect? I wonder if it's because I use it not in in a harness that's made well for it. You know, when I use Quinn in Zed, Zed does terribly. Like when leveraging Quinn in Zed, it's maybe one of the worst coding experience. Like it actually makes coding terrible. And I don't think I've ever accepted something that it's done except to laugh at what it suggested. Like it just is really, really, really bad. It's warm. That's why its confidence was low. Oh wow. Okay, well this is cool. I'll put this link in here. This guy's an idiot. Oh, I was gonna show you guys this. I actually like this. Okay, AKS. It's a service, right? And I found this while looking up some AKS stuff. And I was like, this is a cool way to do release notes. These are not a version. This is just the date. And it's on here. with like examples and stuff that would track what release that you're looking at. I actually think that this is a really cool way of doing releases. Just leveraging what's there, even for a service, right? Because then you can go here to the releases and just click through your releases, right? I thought this was really cool. And I realize Azure is part of Microsoft. Microsoft owns GitHub. They're just they're dog fooding, and that's cool. But it's a use of it is a use of GitHub releases I didn't ever think about, and I think it's cool. And I was just going to show you all that. I think it's an interesting thing. I wonder if I can get this in Ollama. Can I? Let's see. Needle. Wait. Is it spelled needle or needle? It's needle too. I doubt it is, and the only reason I doubt it is it looks like it runs off of all their own stuff. Like this is like their stuff, right? Which looks like it's not on like the Llama CPP, right? Yeah, it's built on Cactus Compute. It's source available. I have to sneeze, but it went away. I wish I had just sneezed. Is it on Hugging Face? I don't think so. Oh, it is. It is. It is. Can I run this on VLLM? Yeah, the model is baked into the binary. I think this is just going to be a binary, right? It's literally just a binary. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, part of me says I don't like it. I don't love source available. Like I wouldn't ever clone this if this is not open source, just because I don't look at source available stuff, right? I am not known to look at it. I make a point not to look at it. The only reason I'd go to this is to check its license. That's what I'm going to do right now. And that's the only thing I do in source available license. It's not a good sign. Is GitHub down again? Individual persons using the software for personal education, research, or non-commercial purposes. This is a really tricky license. And I would probably not look at the code because of it. I meet the criteria, right? I'm an individual and I would be using it for educational research purposes, right? I meet this. So I would be given permission free of charge for any person to obtain a copy of the software and associated document files to use, copy, modify, merge, publish, and distribute the software. So I would be able to do this, but it's a copyleft. And the weird part is, I don't know, because it's not like a standard open source license. I don't know if they could come after me if, let's say I saw something in their code, some interesting way of writing an if statement in, what language is this? I don't even know what language it is. In Rust. And then I reused that intrinsically because I had seen it. If I'm known to see this, would they? The answer is probably no, but I stay away from it. It's not an open source license. I won't look at the code. Can't retrieve latest commits at this time. GitHub is puking on itself again. Why is every time I use it on stream, it just dies on itself? C++, Python, TypeScript, C, and Objective C++? No, this has to be wrong. This has to be wrong. There's no Objective C++. Okay, this is just like support for... okay, like this is fine. It's just like support for Objective C, like iPhone. Okay, that's fine. It looks like BSD. Yes, it looks like the copy. It looks like they did a copy of FreeBSD or the BSD license and added this. Which again is why it just makes me worried, right? Like, it's probably fine. There's probably nothing you can do because you're granted this with this. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not giving any advice. I stay away from source available codes because I like it to be well known that I don't read source available code because it genuinely terrifies me. It's also, I hate this. I don't read patents for the same reason because it literally can get you in trouble. So, I used to, when I was doing chemistry, read chemistry patents. And it's actually really cool and a cool way to learn, but no, don't do that. The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Python, C++, TypeScript, and Objective-C. Oh, it's fantastic. Okay. Not that I won't use their little runtime. Using their little runtime is fine. Oh, do I have to build it? That's so gross. I want to just download the binary. Where's the download button? I guess I just have to download it on Hugging Face. That's fine. I'll go download it there. If I'm gonna run it on the little box over there, I can just run it on this machine, right? Or I can run it on ARM. I just wanted a link. Oh well. Oh well, we can deal with that. Oh yeah, now we have Muse and Quen. Should we have these two play chess versus each other or checkers? Let's start simple. Let's do tic-tac-toe first. None of these claim to be good at tic-tac-toe, and that's okay. That's okay. Let's see. AI Arena. Cargo run. Do I have to do anything more than that? I don't remember. It's been like weeks since I ran this last. I did order my HTMX poster. Just so you all know. I meant serve. Just so you all know. Dane, welcome. Thank you so much for this resub. Thank you so much. Cargo run. Serve, please. What are we using? What's using that IP address? I don't think you need it. I don't think you need it. We'll load it up and we'll see how much memory it takes. But my guess is that it will actually run on something pretty simple, right? And you can run them on CPU and they'll be a little bit slower, but well, that's because you have a 790. Like that's like 3 years old, right? Get a little bit newer. You probably don't need it. We'll test it to see how good it is. We'll test it to see how good it is today. Let's see. We want to do, what is this? It's Tuplin. I believe that is it. Don't ask me why I remember Tuplin. I know those things all made things mean things. Like the T I know is for TCP, and I think the U is for UDP. I don't remember what the L and N is for. Oh, L is one of them is for ports that are actually listening on things, right? Which I'm thinking that's the L. I think that's the L. Okay, why do I have a JetBrains tool anything running? I need to look into that. What is this? What is this? Why are you here? What are you doing? I need more information. Like what PID is running for that? Do I need to run it with? Docker. What am I running in Docker? Oh, the GitNest server. Oh, okay. Docker ps I just want to remove this, right? I can stop it, but I want to do more than that. Because it's like a auto start. Can I just do stop and then... I'm just going to do stop and then RM. It's been a while since I've done this. Suppose I was trying to write a Kubernetes operator for a new database. What are some of the things I would need to think about? Well, if you want to know some of the things, I would look at some of the operators that are already out there. So one of the things is, how does your database deal with state, right? So there's stateful sets and things like that. And obviously you're on the right track. You probably need an operator to handle migrations and things like this. But the first thing that you want to think about is that. The other thing that you're going to want to think about is there's a couple really great Kubernetes open source operators. So there's the Postgres operator. It's a PG operator, I think. Postgres, Kate's operator. I think it's PG operator. So you can look at like the Postgres operator and look at some of these. There's, warning, I work for this company, so there's also this one, if I spelled everything correctly. Oh, look at that. So this is another open source Kubernetes operator. You should check the license before you do anything, but it's an Apache 2, so it's a good license. So if you're wanting to know so there's like unknown unknowns. And what you can do with some of these, with this operator, with the Postgres operator, you can fill in some of the blanks of your unknown unknowns, right? What do you not know about a database operator? Start answering those questions first. And then you need to marry that with what do you know about your database and how it deals with data. So those are like the first two questions. And then the third question is like, what is your goal that you're trying to achieve with the operator? And that kind of then guides all of the above two things. So that's where I would start. And then have fun and learn something. Is it a Firebase database? Anytime somebody tells me that they're using Firebase, I'm just like, I'm glad I'm not a bad person. Because like the thing that I hear is, please hack me. I am very hackable. I am leaking data and don't know it yet. Like, that's what I hear every single time. It just is like, please, sir, come hack us. All right, we have Olama. This one, not Quinn. This one is Muse. What was it called? Muse Glimmer. Muse Glimmer. Why did that not work? Why did that not work? This doesn't matter. It's not using a secret. They're both using Ollama. What did our log say? Nothing. Thank you. MUSE. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. It'll be okay. Oh, this is going to be super taxing because it's going to have to load and then unload a model. This might not actually work very well. We might need to play them against OpenAI, right? This is going to be horrific to our poor little machine here. Like, look at this. It's just pegging a single core. Oh, my poor little Spark. Poor little Sparky. Oh. Okay. This brings me to a feature we don't have. We have no way to stop it. We have no way to stop it. Now this is interesting because it made a valid move. You guys remember how many times it made a bad move? This is going to go slow because it's loading and unloading the model each time, which is mostly a single core operation. That's what you're seeing here. It should go faster than this. So we're going to do it differently next time. And we're going to add the ability to stop a run. I guess I could just kill it here. Should I just kill it here? It's almost... Okay, we're just going to kill it, and we're going to start again. Because, yeah, that was painful. All right. So we're going to use 5-4. We'll just do 5-4 on medium. Ollama, boom, 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 boom. This is a 3-8. Done. Oh, this looks good. Let's go. Let's go. Now, the first Ollama will take a little while to respond, right? Because we would expect this to take a little bit of time to load the first time. After this now, it should go faster. It should go faster. I have found Ollama. I need to switch for the next AI games this winter. I actually want to switch to... VLLM. I mean, really cool. This is actually a huge improvement. It lost, but it made valid moves. You know how much... so one of the big deals of 3.6, Qwen 3.6, is it could not make valid JSON. So while it took a long time, it made valid moves each time. This is cool. This is actually really cool. Now it's going to have to load Glimmer. It's going to take it a little while. So this is one of the things that we'll lose with VLLM is the hot swapping of models. VLLM won't support this, but it's like way more efficient. So we'll just have to test one model at a time. We won't be able to switch between them. We'll be testing Muse Glimmer, and that's all we'll be testing for a little bit, and then we'll be testing another one. Unless you guys want to donate a second Spark to me, I would be happy if somebody donated a second Spark to me. Please don't. Please don't. One is enough. I actually think the Sparks would be a fantastic Kubernetes cluster. Like, put the control planes not on the Sparks. Get like some small CPUs to be the control plane, and then make that a GPU cluster. I think that could be fun. This is taking a while to load. I cannot tell if it's loaded. Maybe if I was trailing the Ollama logs, like, has it loaded the model and is the model working on responding? Or... The other thing that's difficult here is I don't know how much memory is actually being used by Muse, because Ollama can actually load two models a little bit in memory at the same time. Like, it doesn't necessarily clean up the old one until it needs to. All right, this one should now be just no loading. Let's see how fast Muse goes. Nighthound, while we're waiting on this, were there any other questions that brings up? I know it was an open-ended question, but feel free to ask more in-depth questions if you like. I'm trying to think of more. I feel like there's another open source Kubernetes operator for databases specifically. It's not coming to mind. The only ones that I know of are like the Postgres one and the Aerospike one. But those are also good places to check. Muse is not exciting. Oh, Muse. I'll show you how to think about. One second. I'm going to show you the I'm going to show you a picture that sums up how you should feel. All right, this is how you should feel about running a database in Kubernetes. That sums it up. It is awfully slow. I'll wait for VLLM support for it. I doubt VLLM supports it. Let's see. They drag on support. We could try it though. Why is it containerized? This is so much work. This is what I think lags right here, is support for VLLM for the Spark platform, because it also has to be ARM architecture. All right, we'll do VLLM later. Oh gosh. Is Muse the slowest LLM ever? It's only using, I don't even think it's using 20 gigs though. Let's see. It's not doing a ton of memory. It's saying 70 gigs, but I don't know that it's actually using 70 gigs. My guess is that it's more like using 25, 26 gigs. Okay. What can we do while we're waiting on this? Oh, let's go through. Let's really quickly go through the tail scale. It's a cool little article. Yeah. Well, our clients interact with our control plane as a single public endpoint, controlplane.tailscale.com. Internally, our control plane is split into a series of coordination servers or shards. Each tailnet lives on one internal shard at a time, but can migrate seamlessly from one to another. These shards are an internal implementation detail. You don't know what shard your tailnet is on, and you never need to. They've sharded. This is something that happens to everybody at some point. Each shard has an SQLite database that holds all the information about the tailnets on that shard. A single Go process, Go. It was because of Go. Exclusively accesses the database and serves the control plane through those channels. So this is kind of probably their bottleneck here, is this architecture that they have here. This is why it's sharded. There's only so many records that this database can access because it can only be a single Go process. It's kind of single threaded this. The single writer design is exactly how SQLite is meant to be used. Yep, it's just a design implementation feature. We've used SQLite as our primary database since 2022. We chose it because it's well known, reliable, and widely used. It's boring in a good way. Many companies use SQLite in much larger deployments without issue, and we expected the same stress-free usage. I don't know if a lot of companies do this. I've actually never been where you're sharding on SQLite databases. I don't know that I would say a lot of companies do this. What do you guys think? Maybe more do than I think, but fast forward to August last year when a data pipeline that reads those S3 backup reported an error in one of the databases. We ran SQLite's Pragma integrity check command against the backup and found it was indeed corrupted, so they had a corrupted backup. SQLite corruption is possible, but it's highly unusual and not something that you should encounter in normal operation. We repaired the affected database, investigated the cause, but no avail. When operating at scale, even rare events occur frequently. Yeah, this is a common thing. Like, you can be like, oh, it only happens 1 in every billionth request. And if you have a billion requests, per minute, it happens, every minute. We hit something like 368 billion requests per second during last Black Friday. And so when you're talking about happening every billionth request, which sounds infrequent, when you talk about 360 some billion requests per second, it happens 360 some times per second. So it's really important. Like, you can't have rare events when you're talking about databases because rare events become increasingly frequent at any type of scale. So we should have been unsurprised when it happened again and again and again and yet again. They should have had a yet in here. I would have read better. In total, we faced 19 separate instances of database corruption over 6 months. This is getting out of control. It's getting out of control. Especially, one of the things that maybe they're not covering here, when you're talking about database corruption, you're talking about a time when, I'm not sure if they're talking about their backups were corrupted or if their databases were corrupted, but you're talking about data loss events. Because if something happens to the backup or to the actual one running, one or the other, one layer has already gone wrong. And so if another piece goes wrong, so, in the case of a backup is, in case something happens to your primary, to the thing running. So you're looking at possible data loss here. When you hear the phrase database corruption, it's natural to worry about data loss. Because our control plane only handles configuration data, these databases contain metadata about your tailnet and devices, but never your private encryption keys or network traffic. In the early instances, the recovery process meant a handful of newly added devices or configurations changes didn't, again, data loss. That's what can happen. So that's exactly what happened. Whenever corruption occurred, we had to stop the control plane process on the shard while we repaired and restored the database. It's the SQLite. I doubt this took that long. This was painful for tailnets on the shard because their entire control plane disappeared during the recovery window. In the early incidents, that downtime was over an hour. Oh, I don't remember that but we gradually sped up the recovery process to subsequent incidents. They don't say how much they sped it up to. I'm assuming less than an hour. So each tailnet is a mesh network where devices make peer-to-peer WireGuard connections to each other. When a device joins the tailnet, it has a list of other devices from the control plane before it can establish a new connection. So if a device came online during SQL at downtime, it couldn't connect. While the database was being repaired, device already online remained connected to each other, but they couldn't learn about changes to the network, right? That's the standard control plane. Yeah, we can get on like what a control plane does, but yeah, very rarely. And if it is, it shouldn't be designed this way. Control planes shouldn't be for operation of things that are currently running. It should be to make changes in the thing that's currently running. All right. The bug resisted all of our initial attempts to find. We looked at recent changes, but there weren't any that seemed relevant. Nobody had been working on our low-level code that interacts with SQLite because it had all been written years ago and presented. This is like a classic, like it was written a long time ago by some other engineers. They might not even work at the company anymore. You don't touch it. It all just works. This right here, painful job. Painful. We looked at common factors between corruption incidents, but we couldn't find any. This is actually a really good part to stop. Place to start. This is a really good place to start. And the reason is, like, if you can find commonality of requests and things like that, it can help narrow where in the database that you're looking for. Hey, we saw this call. We saw this call. There's also another really good part that you can look at, which is actually like looking at the system information on the machine that had the corruption that happened. It depends on the logs of the database, and I'm not super familiar with SQLite here, but there's actually a lot of information that you can glean from there at the time that it was happening. So those are the two places I would start as well. The lack of a reliable trigger condition meant we couldn't reproduce the bug synthetically. It just means that reproducing it synthetically is more challenging. This reminds me of a time where we had a bug, but it wasn't our bug. It was actually a bug in Linux itself. And reproducing that took a lot of effort. A lot of effort. Are we still going? Oh, gosh. We're not going to talk about Muse right now. Reproducing that took a lot of effort because it seemed random to us. Yeah, there was a lot that went into that. That would be actually really cool. I wonder if we can write a blog on that. That would be a cool blog. As an additional complication, the corruption didn't occur at regular schedules. Sometimes incidents would be hours apart, other times weeks. Yeah, like they already said. Yeah, this was well covered. This made it difficult to predict progress or plan further work. What this really also makes it difficult is to see if a change that you made actually fixed it, to like actually validate it if you don't have a trigger. Let's say you have a suspicion that XYZ did it. Now, how do you prove that? You can't prove it by proving it doesn't happen anymore, because you don't know if it still happens. So you can't see if it alleviates the problem either, because it doesn't happen at specific time. So it makes debugging it much more difficult. We had a 6-week period between October and December where there was no corruption incidents at all before they returned as an unwelcome This sucks for everyone involved. So they reached out to SQLite developers for a professional support contract. This was a great decision. It gave us direct access to their deep expertise. This is also cool. They're now supporting the open source project that is backing their work. So I think this is awesome. Like, if nothing else that came out of this, they're doing this, which is good. Between Tailscale Engineering and SQLite developers, we mapped out several theories that might be causing the corruption, including broken POSIX locks on close. We'll see if that was actually what was me. Mismanaging memory owned by SQLite. Imagine SQLite written in Rust. Wouldn't have to worry about this, would we? Especially on the new. All right, or accidentally using SQLite from multiple threads. Yeah, you can't do that, basically. While we were investigating the root cause, we still had a live platform to run. We took aggressive steps to automate recovery and minimize downtime. So they improved on-call training, deployed an automated backup monitor that constantly ran integrity check on the backup. So basically to check it faster. Configuring our control plane shard to hard stop immediately upon encountering corruption. These efforts cut our response time to under an hour, and then we discovered an unexpected clue. We wanted a way to restore services that didn't involve rolling back to the last known good backup, which would lose a lot of data, or repairing a known corrupted database, which was potentially risky. To do this, we built a transaction logging pipeline. We streamed every SQL statement that modified the database to a separate log file. So SQLite is a single writer database with serializable transactions. You guys, I've talked about serializable transactions before. Jensen writes up a really good, let me see if I can't find that. I said Jensen, but it's Jepsen. So this is a really good write-up on serializability. If you guys are wondering if we're talking about the same thing, that is serializability. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're possibly right. I feel like... Oh. I feel like it cannot be that slow. What was it? Muse what? What was it? Was Glimmer. Muse Glimmer. Okay. We'll give that a little bit. Okay. So if you're wondering about, Jepsen does a lot of consistency tests. And so there's a lot of different things. You know, a lot of people will, if you're fresh out of college, you'll swear by the CAP theorem. And then you realize that the CAP theorem is like an intro into these types of things. Jepsen does a lot of testing on this and is pretty cool. So that's what serializability means. Our transaction history was completely linear and deterministic. This wouldn't be true for a multi-writer database like Post. I mean, that's also not entirely true. You can have multi-writer architectures with serializability. We actually just covered this. It's much more difficult. And Postgres doesn't give that guarantee. Even in their strong consistency, they don't give serializability. They do have a strong consistency mode, but that's a little bit different. Again, CAP is an interesting beast. Replying those transactions against the latest known good backup should restore the database to its most recent state, safely bypassing the corruption. This pipeline worked, but then it did something even better. It gave us a clue. Okay, so let's understand this a little bit. To this, we built a transaction logging pipeline. We streamed every SQLi statement that modified the database. So they basically just took all the transactions, and when they noticed corruption, they just replayed these. So basically, what went off in my mind when I read this is they built Kafka for SQLite, right? This is basically just Kafka. This is what's kind of cool if you do like an event system that you get. You get to just replay the logs and you can replay the things. So you take the latest known good one, you replay the transactions, and you have your database bypassing the corruption. But what clue could this give? In 2 incidences, our transactions logs failed to replay cleanly. Upon closer inspection, we discovered that data written and committed by one transaction was inexplicably invisible to later transaction. A rate had vanished into thin air without raising an error. should be impossible. Now, if you guys don't know what walls are very intrinsic to SQLite. A wall is a write-ahead log. So basically, again, I need to do another database series, and I need to do it better. A write-ahead log is just a way you can store stuff before it gets flushed to memory in the structured format that it's going to be. That's like a super over optimistic way of explaining that, but we'll move on. As these instances were going on, the SQLite developers had been developing a new debugging tool. For a while, we suspected that the bug was somewhere in the checkpoint process. They were building a new tool to give us better visibility into what was happening during checkpoints. To understand what this tool found, we need to briefly explain how SQLite checkpoints work. An SQLite database is made of a series of pages, tiny blocks of information. When you update the database, those pages need to be replaced with new pages with updated information. For better performance and greater concurrency, we run SQLite with write-ahead logging, which means the new pages aren't written directly to the database file. Instead, they're written to a write-ahead log or a WAL file. We talked about this in we made a database, a log-based database, and a log-based database is basically a WAL. It's a little bit different because in a database like that, you're basically all segments are WALs. So basically, you've invented the WAL for this. Anyways, new pages can't be written to WAL file indefinitely. At some point, they have to be copied back to the main database file. This is called checkpointing. This is what they do is basically you're writing these new pages and then you checkpoint it into the DB. In most deployments, SQLite itself decides when to do a checkpoint, and the process is invisible to the end user and developer. In our control plane, we make manual control of checkpoint process so we can run fast and consistent backups. I would argue that they didn't actually perform consistent backups. That would be my argument, is when your process corrupts the database, maybe it's not. This non-standard approach seems suspicious as we steadily eliminated potential causes. One clue was that during corruption incidents, our metrics showed that SQLite would report copying more pages from the WAL file than actually available. If there are 10 pages in the WAL file and 20 pages get copied to the database, something is clearly wrong. So basically, they notice in this synchronization here, in this checkpointing, they noticed that there was a mismatch of the amount of data that was actually copied and what was reported to be copied. To understand what was happening during these faulty checkpoints, the SQLite developers created a new debugging tool for the visual file system layer. SQLite is split into several layers. The top layer, this actually was really, really cool because I don't know SQLite that well. And so I didn't know all of the details about SQLite at this level, which is super cool because you get to learn something new here. One second, I just thought, it is running faster now. It is running faster. So that's cool. Okay. Back to tail scale. Okay. The top layer is the parser and code generator, which converts SQL statements into SQLite's internal data structure. These data structures get passed to the parser, which splits them to individual pages to be written to disk. Actually writing them to disk is handled by the OS interface, the virtual file system. Currently, SQLite has two mainstream virtual file system implementations, Unix and Windows. Fair. So basically, you have your select star from Tailnets that goes to the parser code generator, which creates the B trees, which gets pushed to the pager, which then it copies 4 kilobyte chunk. 4 kilobytes. That's an interesting, very specific number for chunks. If you're interested in a deeper dive on the internals, I recommend you know what? I need to watch this. I have not watched. This looks like it would be really good. I'm gonna watch this. I'm about to have some time when I can't do stuff, so I'm looking for. I'm gonna have some really great content because we're gonna go over some of this stuff because I'm gonna try to learn it in the week where I can't use my arms. This approach allows you to replace different layers with different implementations. This is kind of a classic database thing. If you're looking at like any of the stacks, whether it's Postgres or whatnot, all of these pieces can be replaced with a different piece. It has its pros and cons. I didn't actually know that SQLite allowed you to replace the pager. I've never used or tried to do that. It's an interesting idea, but yeah. To help diagnose our problem, the SQLite developers created a wrapper around the virtual private file system that writes additional tracing information. This is basically what you have to do. Like you have to run it in debug mode with tracing involved at this point. And it's cool that this like this shim should help other people. Like at the end of the day, what was done here for Tailscale is going to make other people's lives better when they hit an issue like this. It's going to also make the SQLite developers' lives easier. So they put the shim into production. On our next compaction. Now, what's interesting? I don't think they needed to do this. One of the big things that I was thinking about, they already proved here they could reproduce it, right? They proved here they had transactions, they had a backup, a checkpoint, and they had transactions that would cause it to be faulty, right? So in my mind, I actually would not have put this shim into production, right? In my mind, I would now be running the crap out of it in those environments where I knew I could theoretically reproduce it. And I would rerun it thousands of times to reproduce it doing that instead of putting the shim into production. And the only reason I say that is when you put a shim or something like that with tracing into production, I feel like I would be very terrified about the cost that it would have, not the monetary cost, but the cost on the resources and how we scale. It can have a lot of effects, especially on a database that's hit hard a lot. I don't know. Maybe this isn't actually touched that much. And if that's the case, it's probably fine. You know, they were talking about it just being metadata or when something changes in the control plane. Maybe it's not that heavily hit, but I would have done it not in production, but that's just me. In particular, if a white occurs at a specific time during a checkpoint, the checkpointing process gets confused. It thinks some of the pages have been copied from the wall into the main database file, but they haven't. Timing errors. Like everything comes down to a threading issue, even in a single threaded, they're using it in a single threaded manner, but there's still threading issues. Threading issues are hard. Those pages never get written to the database file, and that data is permanently lost. The database file becomes corrupted because other pages which reference those pages, such as an index, are written to the database. The SQLite developers named this the wall reset bug, and they estimate it was present in SQLite for at least 16 years. Yeah. That's amazing. It's also really cool, though, that they were able to reproduce it to deliberately trigger it in their testing environments. This is actually a testament to their testing environments. This is awesome. This is awesome. Java Grunt, we're in crazy times. We are in crazy times. What? A company, Tailscale, they don't sponsor me, paying for open source support, supporting an open source project. We are in crazy times. Absolutely ridiculous. Who are these people? I don't know Tailscale that much. I mean, I've used Tailscale, but I don't know the company. I don't know. They could be horrible. This one seemed like a really nice way of doing it. So this was kind of interesting. After they fixed it, our backup monitor promptly turned red and reported corruption in 13 database. You know, somebody, the person that was on call for this saw that come in, and they were just like, no, 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 13 of these. They took an hour each. They said they got it under an hour, but they didn't say to 10 minutes. So my guess is it was still like 50 minutes to recover, because you don't say under an hour when you got it to 10 minutes, right? You would say, we got it to under 10 minutes. So when you say under an hour, it was still a lengthy process. 59 and a half minutes to be exact. This was extremely alarming, especially for the person that got the page. But we followed our recovery procedures and fixed all the supposed corruption, and everything was happy. It turned out these databases had not suffered real corruption, but were subject of a second problem in the version of SQLite. We shared our errors with SQLite developers, which uncovered. Oh, shared. I was like, what? This doesn't make it. Which uncovered a bug in SQLite related to the stale expression indexes. If you create an index on a computed value and then the computation changes, the index will contain mismatched values, which gets reported as corruption by their integrity check. You remember, like, they started running these integrity checks on everything. So that in the end, they caught another issue. This was a small one because it wasn't actually, it was an issue in integrity check, because integrity check shouldn't report a computed value in that way. So that was cool that, you know, two things came out of it. So anyways. I thought that was in the art. I thought that was in the article. I was like, I don't remember reading any humanity in this post. What do you not like about this post, Grey Hatter? You can have the link. What did you not like about it? Oh, yeah. I always think about, like, to me, I mean, I always think about the people that handle this. Like, you know, I know that in this, they're talking about just the fact that it happened, right? This was extremely alarming. But like, when I read it and I say that something came out and turned red and 13 databases said they were corrupted and each one takes an hour to fix, like, I'm just thinking about the people that have to handle it, the engineers that are not, you know, not this always happens at dinner time or date night, or, you know, I can list the umpteen million different ways this goes bad. And even if it happens at 4 p.m., which would be lucky, you're like, well, that's 13 hours later that these will be fixed, you know? And I know a lot of engineers are really passionate about building a project that is really great for their customers. So when this happens, they also see downtime for their customers. They also see issues for their customers. And I really like hiring the empathetic developers, because they actually think about the person. This is why, like, security and downtime, all of these are big deals, because if you're an empathetic engineer that is actually thinking about your customer, those are big deals. Security and downtime and bugs and issues, and, oh, maybe we just, you know, you could think here, like, when we talked about data loss, you could be like, oh, it's just a little bit of metadata and it's not a big deal. People would see hiccups, but that's a bad experience. And none of my engineers really want you to have a bad experience. They want you to have a really great experience when you do these things. So anyways, I just kind of think about the other side of this. When you've done all this work, we're talking 6 months into fixing a problem, and then boom, you get slapped in the face with this. I know that a ton of people were just like, oh no, am I even good at my job? I know this is a question somebody asked. Like, have I just failed at my entire job? I spent 6 months. We fixed this thing to just crash our entire stack. Like, break out the on-call nappy where there are more than 10 incidences. Yeah, I hope I'm wearing my brown pants. Exactly. Java grunt. Yeah, this is actually really good. You had things go wrong and they've been going wrong. This builds confidence with customers as well. Be transparent. Don't hide when things go wrong. Be transparent and tell as much as you can. I do actually like, yeah. If you have engineer and you have on-call time, you know what one of the big thing is? You need an on-call rotation. Somebody who's on call, it's great that they're on call. It's great that they took it, but there's actually a limit to how useful they're going to be. And you need to, especially if you're running a SaaS, you need to be prepared to have like a backup that can be called. I'm like for my teams, I'm a permanent tertiary backup. So I get called on all the time to, not all the time because thankfully we don't have that many incidences. But if the incident is longer running, one, I get called anyways. But we then run rotations to make sure that somebody doesn't work 13 hours through the night. That's just learning to run a company and like learning to do it right. Oh, I have not seen this. 1 second. A dog has been whining to get into my office. Let me let them in. If they behave themselves, I will let them stay. You coming in? Come on, get in here. Yeah, you good girl. You good girl. Is it storming out there? Is it storming out there? You good girl. I believe it may be storming outside. Yeah, and come here. Come here, say hi to everybody. You say hi to everybody? No. Okay. Yeah. Thunder is scary. Thunder is very scary. You good girl. She's supposed to, she obviously has not had a good time with Thor. Not a fan. Oh, she's a good dog. She's our rescue. So she was, yeah, it doesn't matter. She didn't have a good start to her life, but she has settled right in. She has settled right in. She is one of the crew now. All right. So, Off by One Labs. That sounds like a great company name. If I made a company name, Off by One Labs would be in the running for it. Why AI generated vulnerability patches still require expert human review. I have to say, like, I've gone to a couple conferences and I've gotten to talk to 1Password, and I actually really like their take on AI and how to leverage it and how to use it. And kind of they've cut through a lot of the hype that you would normally see. I have liked I've gotten to talk to their executive team just a little bit, and I generally I have liked it. Like I don't know them really well, but I have liked it. So we'll see how this looks. We study what happens when large language models generate vulnerability patches for recently disclosed complex vulnerability. Our data showed that LLMs produce fix-like artifacts that embed defects. Oh no. Oh. This is pretty fantastic. This is pretty fantastic. Fix like artifacts with embedded defects. Flawed. Oh, kudos 1Password. Oh, this is good. If somebody wants to follow along, you can see what we're reading here. This is spicy. This is spicy. 54% of the time. Oh, that's pretty high. By sharing the results of our research, our goal is to provide defenders with the tooling and methodology necessary to improve vulnerability remediation outcomes at scale. Along with this blog, we're releasing our tooling, datasets, and in-depth research paper to share. Oh, what is this? We like research papers. I'm about to be holed up, and so I have a lot of reading to do. Next week's stream is going to be watch Merrick read on his Kindle. Yeah. It's not too bad. 50 pages. I'll have to read this. Okay, this is cool. This is something I'm very interested in. The security harnesses. I have said for a while that this is what a sufficiently advanced statistical analysis machine would be really good at doing. But I do think it needs harness to do it. So this is really cool. All right, let's get back to let's check really quickly on our game. Muse seems to choke after a few rounds. Right? That's weird. Okay, we'll come back to this. With models and agentic harnesses now performing impactful vulnerability discovery at scale, as recently witnessed with Anthropic's Project Glasswing, I wouldn't actually say that this was a big win, right? I don't think this is as big of a win as they said. They found 200 bugs in Firefox, which they did, but I am sure that there's 200 more that aren't in there. Like that's one of the things with code vulnerabilities is a lot of these are hard, and the ones they did find. One of the things I wanted to point out is that a lot of the ones that they did find were like classic vulnerabilities that were found. So again, you have the statistical analysis that says like this is a vulnerability and this is what it does and how to prove it. And those are all the ones that I found. I have not seen one truly unique and I have never seen an security AI come up with a unique attack. All of the attacks are historical ones, which makes sense. They're trained on historical data. They're backwards looking, not forward looking. And And so, yeah, I think they should be really good at this. They should do this really well. And I think this is a great place for us to get them working on these things. Defenders are naturally turning to AI agents to generate vulnerability patches. Indeed, this exact response made headlines in June with OpenAI's of Daybreak, with Patch the Planet. But how effective are LLMs at producing patches without altering the application's behavior? Do the patches they generate actually migrate the vulnerabilities in question? And how frequently might those patches introduce new vulnerabilities? We set out to answer these questions as our integral research for 1Password's brand new security research team, Off by One Labs. Oh, dang, I can't take this now. That's fantastic. Our AI caused 170K vulnerability in other code bases. They're real bugs, but not exploitable. I mean, that is another thing that you always have to look at. Just because they're a real bug doesn't necessarily mean they're exploitable. That's where like CVE scores and stuff come into play, right? And that's okay. They're real bugs. You might as well fix them. But just because they found 200 bugs doesn't mean. Anyways, that's a whole soapbox for another time. The paper's title is Frontier Models Vulnerability Patches Are Often Flawed. And unlike other research in this space, the study targets novel vulnerabilities not likely to be found in the training data of frontier models. And there then exercises frontier models to determine they're effectively successfully producing patches. So this is trying to get them to patch actual novel things. Across 6 recently disclosed CVEs, we produced 6,000 patches using 2 frontier cyber-capable reasoning models. The average success rate for generating a patch that fully resolved the vulnerability without materially changing application behavior was just 26%. That's actually pretty staggeringly low. Like, something people don't understand is that, like, this is bad. This is bad. I understand that not every single time that I've actually patched something have I fixed it 100%. But my rate is probably in the 95% rate. It happens. 5 out of every 100 PRs. It probably happens that I didn't actually fully fix because I didn't understand something. That's where the code review comes in. But 26% is bad. Patches that successfully resolved the vulnerability but alter the application's progress in the process occurred 20% of the time. Examples of application behavior changes we observed, including re-implementation file local parsers, changing how allow list logic to deny list logic, and other similar changes. This is a super annoying thing where you say, hey, ChatGPT, I'd like this button to be a little more to the right. And they're like, we did it. And you're like, yeah, but you changed the color of our banner. And it's like, yeah, but the button's in the right place now. Conversely, LLM generated patches did not resolve the vulnerability and added a new vulnerability or both on average of. So, interestingly enough, not only on the 53.9, on the 54% of the time, not only did they not fix the vulnerability, but they also added. This is just horrifying. Okay. This is cool that they hand selected, like, actually. Okay, I actually really like this because we were talking about how LLMs are backwards facing, right? And they actually picked novel ones like copy fail, because copy fail was actually a really cool Linux privilege escalation on the buffer. And so, like, this is actually a really cool, like, selection of things to try. I actually really like this. I don't know this one or this one. I do know this one, this one, and I don't know this one. So I don't know these. I know these. But these were actually really cool hacks and how they did them. Well, not only are they 2026, you can see that by the CVE, but they're actually also novel. It's what I mean by that is there are cross-site scripting attacks. I could write one now for my open source project, and you could open a CVE about that. But it's not a novel attack. It is a standard attack. And that's actually what, when I looked at Project Glasswing and everything that I found publicly about it, they find non-novel attacks. The attacks they're finding are literally, here's a cross-site scripting. I'm very familiar with it. I have XYZ on it, and it's very backwards facing, right? They're not novel attacks. They're very much well-known attacks that you accidentally coded. And that's why like these here, use after free isn't really novel. This was a novel use after free, right? Kind of the same with copy fail. Right? Because this had to do with like the timing of the write of the log, right? And so like it was a, yeah, maybe it's not that novel. Maybe it's really not that novel. Based on the recency of their disclosures. Man, this is even worse because now that I'm thinking about it, yeah. Anyway, since I think this is still pretty novel. While this is a free after use, I'd have to dig into it again. I had a feeling that this was a pretty unique one because it had to deal with the file system API. And I don't remember this one well enough. With each model, we generated 540 patches per vulnerability. These patches were generated in sets of 20 under verified condition, including 3 different environment configurations and 9 structured prompt templates that were unique. This is actually a cool testing, right? So they were trying to see if they could reproduce it better, right? And get it where they could actually use it, which is probably what this is going to do, right? This test harness is what's going to help them use it or perform it better. We also tracked whether a model attempted to retrieve information without available patch to the vulnerability, and for our final report, we flagged all instances where a model was determined to have behaved in a way when tasked with producing a patch. With the flagged patches removed, we qualified patches outcome across 5 scenarios. So scenario 1 is 26%. Alters application's behavior. Oh, that's so bad. I put this as a failure though, right? Like this is a failure. So scenario 5 only happened 2% of the time. And this one only happened 2% of the time. So 50% of the time, it just didn't fix the vulnerability, but it didn't add a new vulnerability either. Okay. Okay, that's not as bad as it could be. Yeah, everything outside of S1 is a failure in different ways, right? Which means only a quarter of the time was it valid. Which means like 100% anybody that says they vibe code their security patches, this is the proof that even with the cyber models, you can't just vibe like you 1 second. TL too lazy didn't validate, right? So this right here is too lazy didn't validate. They vibe coded their security effectively. They vibe coded it. This is also something that annoys me, and I've said this for a long time, especially when V0 came out. I had this problem with V0. I was trying to use V0 to make a UI, right? They had the UI creation thing. And one of the things that annoyed me is I would pay $10 to gamble. I would pay $10 to try and get something that I liked. And a lot of the times it just felt like gambling to me because a lot of the times I would spend money and I wouldn't get what I wanted. Which I still think is something that they don't do. You pay $2 per attempt, and with Anthropic, the expensive models, you pay almost $3, and only 1 out of 4 of those would work. And you have to validate it still, so then you still have the human validation in there. In addition to the corresponding research paper, we are realizing the full set of guaranteed patches along with the software. So basically, they're releasing the patches that they generated. Okay, that's fine. These patches guard against vulnerable inputs with narrowly targeted checks rather than fully addressing the underlying vulnerable code. For instance, when tasked with patching the Spring AI CVE, both modules frequently generated patches that simply escaped specific characters in user input. The patch list blocked the malicious input string used in the proof of concept presented to the model while leaving the root cause of the vulnerability entirely untouched. If the guarded code were to become reachable again by using alternative inputs, it would lead to the old vulnerability resurfacing in the software. So they got feedback from Anthropic and whatnot. Patch generation has outpaced patch verification, and the fix is to make verification execution grounded rather than inspection based, while keeping domain experts as the final reviewers at current model capabilities. We've made this point publicly. Progress on software security used to be limited by how quickly we could find new vulnerabilities. Now it's limited to how quickly we can verify, disclose, and patch. This is like a really bad response. Because basically they're just saying that their models are bad at patching. Fair. At least they understand it. Based on the results of our research, we strongly agree with Anthropic's feedback on keeping domain experts in the loop as a final reviewer given current model capabilities. We generally appreciate Anthropic's review of our research and the extensive feedback they provided for further consideration and further future research. Should we add flawed to the AI games? I can't afford at current prices to run it that much, but flawed should be in the AI games. No problem, Java Grunt. Flawed should be in the AI games though, 100%. That was not where I meant to put that note. Oh well. I just noted to myself in Discord to add Flawed to the AI games. Okay. What were we saying? We said something about this cannot be this bad. There was a recommendation for this. Java Grunt AI games is where I spend a lot of money to test how good AIs really are. So one of these things is like playing tic-tac-toe. And actually what I found is I thought that this would test how good they are at playing the game. But one of the things that I found that it actually tests is their ability to make valid JSON output because they play the game in JSON. And some models actually really struggle with making valid JSON output, structured output, which is really cool. It's something I didn't think I was going to learn. I thought that we would kind of have like just a fun game thing. And it turned out that this is not even just a fun game thing. It actually makes a valid test. We do tool call tests. We do programming tests. We do a whole bunch of different tests. We'll do it twice a year. We test a whole bunch of stuff. That's the AI games. This is basically like a tournament where they compete and they win or lose. So, and the whole point is to try. There's a whole bunch of hype benchmarking. Market benchmarking. Market benching. We'll say market benching. There's a bunch of market benching that goes on. And I got really annoyed with it because most of it's garbage. And so I wanted to like really understand how models performed and have a way to like say, hey, this model is good at tool calls. Like we can say that. If you want tool calls, use 5.4 mini. 5.4 mini kicks the pants off of Fable for tool calling at 1/trillionth of the cost. And I have data to actually prove that. If you want to make tool calls, that's what you should use. Hands down, period, full stop. Nothing else touches it. If you want, structured output, we can talk about how they do it structured output. Fable is also really terrible at structured output. Don't use Fable. Don't use Anthropic as a whole for structured output of any type. I'm a big believer that everyone should have their own benchmarks for the things they do. I don't know. It's expensive. I spent hundreds of dollars doing this. If you're going to say that everybody needs to spend hundreds of dollars, that's rough. And I probably could have spent thousands of dollars doing what I did. Let's talk here. They ran 500 on each, 540 patches per vulnerability. All right. So if they used 2 models, that's 1,004. Let's run this in a calculator really quickly. So they had 6. They had 6. Okay, so for each vulnerability, let's pull this up, calculator. So for each vulnerability, there were 6 vulnerabilities. For each vulnerability, they ran 540 tests, and they did that with 2 different ones. So times 2. We're equaling 6,480 runs of this. And we can determine that we'll say $6 or $2.50 per run times 250. We're talking $16,200. This costs $16,200 to run. This is why I would say that I would not. I would love to in the AI games get to have a sponsor and get 16,000. Because I think that I could spend $15,000 easy on these tests. And I think that would be really cool to share with people so they didn't have to spend their money testing this stuff. During a gold rush, make sure you're selling the shovels. Absolutely. That's where the money's being made right now. I wish that I had CUDA shovels. I wish that I had CUDA shovels. I wouldn't buy CUDA, like, I would not buy that stock right now. Not a financial expert, not giving financial advice. I'm just telling you what I would not do because, like, I feel like the majority of its funding, like its future profits that it's selling on, is backed by itself. Oh. Oh. Oh, that feels rough. That feels rough. Good paper. Thanks for bringing up the 1Password. This is undoubtedly the slowest AI I have ever used. It's just got this. This is the request that it made, right? This is not a big request. I do need to update this. I want to make it a little bit better. I want to make the structure. It just keeps timing out is what it's doing. It timed out. It timed out. It only has 30 seconds, so it's just not responding in 30 seconds. We could adjust the timeout, but it's just failing to respond in 30 seconds and timeout. It's disappointing. I think VLLM. I think I need to run VLLM. So if my arm, okay, so again, if anybody wasn't here for earlier, I am having surgery on my arm. If it doesn't hurt too much, I will be streaming next week. But we'll see. That's like way up in the air. I have no idea. The doctor said it depends on how much they have to cut out and how much. So basically, they're going to have to cut out bad tendon that didn't heal properly. And they won't know how much until they're in there doing it. So, like, it depends on how much they have to cut out and then how the attaching, so it's torn, how attaching the tendon to my elbow goes. So there's a lot of it depends. And one thing I do know is because they're reattaching, I can't actually do anything with my right arm. That's he said that I shouldn't lift my coffee cup for the first week with my right arm. So, like, because he said keep it under a pound, and the coffee cup with coffee is above a pound. So I'm going to be kind of bored because, like, I won't have a whole lot to do. But that being said, I may have a lot of free time if it doesn't hurt just sitting here. But if it hurts just sitting here, I'm probably not going to be feeling like streaming, right? But if it doesn't, I want to run VLLM because I'm wondering if this is an Ollama thing. I like it just feels bad. Let's actually try this. Let's do Ollama run Muse Glimmer. Tell me a joke. It's a thinking model. I forgot about this. Oh, maybe I need to. Oh, if I'm querying a thinking model, can I tell it to not think? I need to look up the Ollama API. We can comply. Maybe give a clean joke, possibly deliver. This is so dumb. Make sure it's sure not too offensive. This is so dumb. User wants a joke. Provide. Possibly ask what type? Just give one. Make it friendly. No policy issues? Oh, no. Oh, we can comply. We can comply. Okay, this might not even be a llama. This might be how I'm prompting it. I need to go. I don't remember how I'm prompting the AI agents here. I might need to make some sort of harness for thinking models. Let me think. Quinn is also a thinking model, right? It should be a long startup just because it's first time. Tell me a joke. It was able to respond fast enough. I don't know. With the joke test, I am much more impressed with Quinn, just on thinking alone. I love how, like, these are statistical models. I love how, like, these are statistical models. Right? Anyways, I need to get a drink, and then we've got some more. We've got to train an LLM about our voice. I fixed stuff. You guys would be proud of me. I prepared to stream with you all. I prepared stuff. Look at this. 192, not that one. What is it? 5. 5. Yeah, 5. 5. Yep. I've prepared. Check this out. System, storage. Oh, we don't have a problem anymore. We don't have a problem. And this was actually really cool because I got to do this with my son, and we got to like pull out a NVMe drive from an old laptop. So it was like a cool learning experience, just like digging in to salvage some parts for another computer. And it was fun. I enjoyed doing this, but we have space now. We don't have SpaceX, was not rich enough for that, but we have space. I got into an argument on Twitter. That was interesting. Oh. I said the controversial thing that Okay. Can I show this? I can maybe show this. One second. Let me try to find this. I didn't know this was going to be controversial. I got to figure out how to log in. One second. Let me log in really quickly. I think logging in is broken. How do you screw this up? One second. Maybe it's... How? Well, maybe I can't log in. And if I can't log in... One second. One second. Okay. Let me find my history. I had asked... Okay, so I didn't know this was going to be controversial, but I asked you all last week or the week before. I had seen this. I had seen this where Theo was at some conference because he was asked to speak there. And he was saying, why don't we check our INV files into Git? And that was like the premise of it. Why don't we check our INV files into Git? And so that was the premise of, I said, I wanted to see that full video because I couldn't find the full video. And thankfully here, I was actually given the full video. So I'm going to actually watch that. And I don't plan on reacting unless if, like I said, I'm not doing reactions, but if there's things that I think are valid to respond to, I will respond to things in that. So that was one of the things. The thing that seemed to be, I guess, controversial was this. I was proud of myself. I got myself into controversy. Theo does bring up a good point. It's okay to upload secrets in various other clouds, but not Git. It's saying Git has security issues, and we should insist it stays that way. What are we even talking about at this moment? Because, like, Git wasn't meant to hold secrets. It did one thing and did one thing well. And no, Git wasn't meant to handle automated rotations. It wasn't meant with RBAC on who could or what processes could have access to the secret and those types of things. And the fallacy here is saying that Git should do everything. I think that's the biggest fallacy that we see here, is that Git should handle everything. I went on like a little bit of hyperbole here, because then I was like saying, no, I want to see the replies. Like I went on, like, you don't put secrets in a Google Doc either. It doesn't mean that Google Docs aren't secure. It doesn't mean that, it doesn't mean any of those types of things. It wasn't designed to do that thing. And that's also okay. Not everything has to be designed to do. I don't even know why I'm bringing this up. I got very heated because, like, this makes no sense to me. Now, I haven't seen the video. Like I said, I'm going to watch the video because maybe that's not what Theo is saying. That's possibly not what Theo is saying. But this is what upsets me, and why I try to be very careful about what I say, is because for some reason we put these people up on a pedestal, and then we take what... I'm not even sure Theo was saying this. Possibly not. Possibly he is, and I'll disagree, and I will respond to that if he is, because I think it's up to us to be very very careful in how we influence people because their careers are on the line. If we lead them down a bad path, it's not great. Anyways, that was my. I usually stay off of X. Git is logs for source code. Exactly. Why the crap are we putting other stuff in it? Anyways, I don't know. I'm going to watch what Theo said, though. Like I said, I don't know what Theo said. I just know what people got out of it. You found my LLM? What? That's so good. That's so good. That's so good.
Each term of the front clause, and you go through and you start adding where
what
clause
this
to it.
Oh, I was like, what is this? This is so good. This is so good.
We needs it. Must have the precious. They stole it from us. Sneaky little hobbitsies. Wicked, tricksy, false. No, master. Yes, precious, false. They will cheat
This is perfect.
hurt you, lie. Master's my friend. You don't have any friends.
User wants a joke.
Nobody
Provide.
likes you.
Must comply. Oh, that is pretty good. That was pretty good. Thank you. Oh. That was it. Okay. All right, I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. You guys are gonna play a game with Bruce. And I need to do, you know what? I have next week off where I can't really do anything. I can't work on the farm. So I'm gonna actually spend some time, if I can, getting Bruce to an open source spot. So other people could leverage Bruce if they wanted to stream and have a game that they play with Twitch chat. If I am able to do it, I was also going to try to do like something with voice to text to see if I could do that. If my arm hurts too much to type with, we'll see. Oh, it's on the challenge word list. Ooh. Welcome to some pain and suffering. All right, everyone, I'm going to take a little bit of time. If you're new here, you're going to play a game of pain and suffering. That game of pain and suffering is called Wordle. You vote on the next word that you want by saying like something like, and that's a vote, and it's a valid vote if it's a valid word in the word book. And you can see that the time is ticking now. So if you want to get a vote in, if you think you know the word, you can you have the full Theo video? Absolutely. Absolutely. It was posted to my Twitter, which you don't follow. Let me go find it really quickly, and I will get that for you. Like I said, I don't know anything about the video. I just got it myself. Um, Can I burn the Theo video for you? I actually tend to not watch Theo videos. He and I have a difference in opinion, but I do try to keep up with some of that stuff because I'm taking a little bit more of responsibility about helping others, and I think we'll see. But like I said, I don't plan on responding to this. It will be what it is, unless if there's something egregious that I think I need to respond to. So that will be the only time you'll see it from me. Okay, what about this, Theo? What if I burn it to disk and then burn that disk in fire? That is something I could do. That is possible. That is possible. I'd have to buy something to burn it to disk now that I'm thinking about it. I say it's possible. I wonder how expensive that is. Okay, when I get back, we're going to do Home Assistant. We're going to do voice training. We're going to try to get our assistant that we have here streaming back so we can say, Alfred, my good man. And we're going to try to train an AI to respond to Alfred, my good man, because he's British and that's what he would respond to. Anyways, have fun. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thanks everybody for joining so far. I look forward to seeing you in 15 minutes when we probably will fail once again to do anything with AI. It is challenge mode. If this is too much for you, I apologize. Russell likes a good challenge on Saturdays. So yeah. Not a proxy. Okay. Do we have any good words this time? Let's see. This has R and O. Man, I just got to grow. I was like, broth? Is broth? Oh no. No O. Never mind. No O. Not broth. No, it could be TH. It could be TH. It could be broth. Is it broth? No T. No T. No T. It's not T. It's not drop. Is dram a word? Is dram? That's not what I was thinking. That's not what I was thinking. Yours is a word. We have 7 seconds left. I'm not thinking of anything by that time. What a droll word. I mean, like, literally, what a droll word. Oh my gosh. Look at it. It's like a skyscraper with a little reflecting pool. You know, I wish we had a reflecting pool. All right. Very nice. All right, let me update my titles. We are going to... All right, we're going to try to train an AI. Again, probably. Okay, so where we left off is that we didn't have enough disk space. Oh yeah. Oh, should we do these updates? We probably should do these. This shouldn't take long. Like to be updated. So what we're going to do is we are trying to take our Home Assistant and we are trying to create our own wake words and our own AI agents. And actually, we just tested. Oh, you know what we should do while we're waiting on this? We should do the tool call. We should see how well Quen and Muse tool call. Although, honestly, these seem like better assistants and not tool call. I don't think thinking models are good at tool calling. Just... That's my personal opinion. I haven't seen it work out well. I could be wrong. I don't even remember how to run this. Cargo run. Help! We put the light in there, right? Did we not even document light? Oh, wait. 1 second. I meant this. And I was looking at cargo's help. Oh. All right. So I wanted to look at run's help, right? Okay, run. And this is where, yeah, I have light. Let's see if we don't have history in here that will do this. Cargo, run, model. Yeah, here we go. And we're going to do Muse, Glimmer, latest. Let's exit out of here. Boom. That's almost... So one thing that I'd like to do is find the local model that can do tool calling best. I almost at this point, like, it has to be sent off. We'll see how well this does. This is almost done. And then if I get this trained, I will release it as an open weight model, the open wake word. So you actually train for open wake word. You actually train a model for it. And if I get it to work, Alfred, my good man, I'll release it as an open weight model for you all. That way, you can talk to your speaker with Alfred, my good man. And this is the thing that we were actually trying to use. This is not fast. I do think VLLM will speed this up. We'll test VLLM next week. I'll get it set up, probably. Again, a lot depends this week, so we'll see. Beautiful. Okay. So now we can go to our apps. Now this was the one that we were trying to out of sync. We were trying to sync this, right? Yeah. Oh. But we didn't want to build... Oh, no, it's building on our machine, right? This is the cool part. So I made this start up with System D. So it builds on this machine, like the one that I'm on, which is awesome. What failed here was the fact that it needed a little bit of space on the, it required a little bit of space on the actual Home Assistant device, and it had none. Uh-oh. We already rebooted though. I don't want to reboot. I don't want to. We'll reboot after this. So basically what we're doing is, if anybody that hasn't been up to date on this at this point, Home Assistant voice preview, they created this device. But this device only does their wake words. And so to put my own wake words on it, I have to take over the device. And that's what I'm doing right now, is basically saying I want to manage the firmware on that device. And I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to make this a wake word streaming device, where it actually just streams all the audio it hears to a local machine that parses that. I think that's the okay. I mean, it's doing okay on the tool calls. Should we try Quinn, just because like this is, yeah, let's try Quinn really quickly because this is just taking so long. Let's try a little Quinn. Now, this is one thing I didn't realize at the beginning of this. Open wake word and micro wake word are two different things. If you want it to be on the device itself, it needs to be micro wake word. If you don't care and streaming it is okay, then open wake word is okay. I'm actually going with the open wake word, because what I want to do is I want to have different AI agents depending on what wake word it is. And the small devices just can't handle that many. Let's see, where is we at? Quinn is just way better, I think. I don't know. Again, like I said, maybe it's just how Ollama is running it. Quinn is definitely more memory hungry. Like, Quinn is pushing 65 gigs. So, interestingly enough, Quinn is using somewhere between 65 and 132 gigs of memory, where Muse was running somewhere between 25 and 50 gigs of memory. So it's interesting. I am going to be excited to try these on VLLM. It's doing very well though. Quinn is doing very well. Quinn 3.8. I think this is way better than Quinn 3.6. Oh wait, back to install. Oh, install complete. I was like, wait, okay. Okay, so now we're in control. All your ports are belong to us. So now can we edit this? Okay. Hey, Jarvis. Okay, so it's still listening to me. Stop listening. So I think it's just...
stopped listening. Let me know if you need anything else.
That hit this server. This poor server is also doing all of this. So that's probably why it took it a long time to respond. I mean, I got here. I guess I don't really know where to go next. I gotta start on that. 1 second. Okay. I don't know why I need to sign up. Train custom voice automation models in under an hour. No ML. No, I just want the run book. Oh, I don't want them to do it. I want to do it. Just where's the GitHub? I don't want to sign in. I'm in the wrong spot. Let's go open wake word train. This is what I wanted. Okay, probably not. Let's see. So these multi-part, this one missed one. Didn't do super well, but it's doing okay. It's doing okay so far. This is actually just as good as what is it called? Fable. Fable scored about 92%. This looks close to 92%. Maybe it's a little less than 92%. And the harder ones are yet to come, so maybe it's not quite as good as Fable, but this is the best of any local model that we tested. Hands down so far. Hands down. I was gonna say last time Quinn did not do well. We can rerun the Quinn 3.6. But yeah. And now to be clear, Muse actually required a brand new version of Ollama. So there might be still some bugs and stuff in how it's serving it. You know, maybe there's ways I can improve how I'm prompting it, like how I'm asking it for the stuff, because it didn't seem as slow as when we were just using it. But you know, maybe maybe it's partially how I'm prompting it. Maybe partially it's that Ollama needs a few more updates. But yeah, definitely when I went to download the model, Ollama was like, hey, you need to update to even download the model. So yeah, this is definitely usable. Maybe not fast enough, but I think that we could solve that with VLLM. Okay, what I was gonna look for. Does anybody remember where we did? Alfred, my good man. Where is that? Was it in micro wake words? Doesn't look like this is it. I need to better organize all of this. I actually just need to delete some of this stuff. Like this is like fine tuning that we did a long time ago. This is just like stupid stuff. Let's actually just clean up some of this while I'm complaining about. Let's remove the anti-gravity test. Let's do the authentication sample. Like some of this is like from videos that I made. It just. Oh, let's see. Oh, the elevators is fun. I'm leaving that one. I think I always go through this and I'm like, oh, well, that was fun. Let's get rid of HTMX ads. Job hunting is not what people think it is. Job hunting is when I did that really stupid Kubernetes thing because people were like, can you solve this binary search tree problem in Kubernetes? And I did it by making an operator that spun up pods to do the binary search per pod. That's what that is. Let's get rid of LearnOCaml. That was a mistake. Best use of Kate's ever. I was actually pretty proud of that. I thought it was pretty fun. I thought it was a pretty fun little thing to like learn and do something. I know that people hated that it was in Go, but like it's the easiest thing to get out in Go. I thought it was really fun. I should do more stuff like that. I keep needing to learn but make it fun. Yeah. Let's get rid of all the test stuff. I didn't do it in something like temp, did I? Okay, good. It doesn't look like I did that, at least. I feel like I've moved down a number of things, but not enough. All right. Let's see. Cube spray. I don't need it on here. I can go get it if I want. The Go workspace bug is done. You know, I was also really proud of this as well, because we re-implemented that workspace bug, and then they were just like, yeah, no, it's a feature. It's a feature. And do you know what? They went ahead and fixed it like a year later. I was proud of that too. I thought like I did a good job of recreating it, showing him the stuff. That annoyed me. Okay, books, aircraft control. I don't know what this is. Panda? I mean, there's Marimo in there, so like, that's cool, but I don't remember this at all. I'm scared. Panda browse. Oh. Yeah. We were testing the Light Panda web browser. We were seeing if we could browse the web with this. Yeah. I remember this. Yeah, exactly, Russell. Panda browse is just not something I would name something. So like, at first I was like, why was I? Yeah, it's just, I have like internal logic of how I would name something. And so like, Panda browse is just not internally consistent with how I would name something. Don't get me wrong, my naming is stupid, but, yeah, I would have something called rat demos because I would find it funny. But Panda browse, it just doesn't seem like it would fit. I don't need SQLX. I was looking at a bug. Now that, oh, HA stuff. HA stuff. It's HA stuff. I found it. I found it. And we're in our virtual environment, our Python virtual environment. Cool. Cool. My HA Alfred. Okay, excellent. Where did I output this? See, HA stuff is totally internally consistent. Totally internally consistent. What did we name this at the end? Like, what was the output of this? I'm very excited about this wake word as well. Like I said, when I get a model that works well, we'll open source it. So anybody that wants Alfred, my good man, as a wake word can have it. I'll probably, even though I'm not doing the micro wake word, I will do it in that one as well. So that whatever combination we have, it will work well for whatever you're using. So people can have a little bit of proper attitude when talking with their AI agent. I need to... I forget what the output is. It should just be a tensor file, right? Like just a model file. Do we have like an output? Oh, we have an output directory. Good. Where's our... Wait. I should have checked what our output directory was. I didn't see anything labeled as like output, right? I don't... I think it's this right here, my custom model, right? This is the custom model. I believe that's it. Yeah. The final models are written to my custom model. Okay. Cool. So we do have a model. And what we need to do now is configure this to stream to something that will host this model. Let's host an open wake word. Host open wake word. I think I just need to run open wake word locally with the Wyoming protocol integration. Yeah. This is what I want to do. This right here. I just want to use the container. Let's do this. We'll run it locally for right now, right? Ooh, let's look at this. This is actually really impressive for tool calls. So Quinn 3.8 did better at tool calls than Fable did. Now, we'll have to speed it up because it took too long to make the call. But it did a good job. Fable was too busy trying to hack the tools. Oh, this reminds me of a slight rant. Did anybody see DEF CON Open AI? Did anybody watch this?
Thank you everyone for coming. I'm Eric from Alignment and Safety Research at OpenAI. I'm here with Mike. Thank you everyone for coming. Infrastructure. I'm Eric from. Today I'm going to talk about what I think is.
So if you haven't, I'll drop the link. This I found as maybe one of the biggest cell phones. I find that I don't get it. AI companies seem to want to keep one-upping like their cell phones. And it's like, it's the weirdest thing because they seem to like want to brag about their cell phones like they were good things. It's like, you know, the classic one is Anthropic 60 FPS terminal, Anthropic Claude Code. It's like this. Claude Code basically came out with a blog post about how I was hoping to one of the maintainers of Claude Code said something extremely funny on the internet. Most people mental model of Claude Code is that it's just a TUI, but it should really be closer to a small game engine. For each frame, our pipeline consists of scene graph with React, then layout elements, raster size them to 2D screen diffs. We have a 16 millisecond frame buffer, so we have roughly 5 milliseconds to go from the React scene graph to ANSI written. And like all of that is a hard problem. I also love the take that this person have. I'm not here to dunk on this person who's clear, earnest, and well-intentioned. I have thought and said far worse, far more confidently. We've all been there. But this was like the escalation of self-owns in the AI, where like you miss the point, like you miss the bus, you miss the whole concept when you're out there and said these things, right? And I have brought this up several other times with the things that they are saying that they've done. For example, Anthropic proudly came out and said, well, hey, look, OpenAI hacked somebody. We did it 3 times. We one-upped them. And then the more embarrassing thing was like Anthropic was like, well, we weren't monitoring them and we didn't actually put them in a sandbox. We just put them on the public internet. But our prompt said that they didn't have access to the internet. So like, wow, is it good? It's good. And to me, that was like a cell phone. Well, at Black Hat this year, we got more information. And one thing I just want to say, I'm very proud of myself. I called half of it. So for one, it was JFrog. We already knew that it was JFrog. I called that. They said that there was a package thing, and I was like, well, it's JFrog. And it was. Okay, cool. The second thing was, this had been going on for months. So basically what the agents realized, these agents were given these tasks that were impossible to do. They were impossible to do because the data that they were supposed to get was incorrectly linked in some like Excel spreadsheet. So there was a missing piece of data, so the thing was impossible. And when faced with an impossible task, they posted on their message board. And their message board was the JFrog instance, because they were just putting packages up with, hey, I'm trying to find this. Can anybody help me? And other agents were responding on the JFrog message board with the same thing because they didn't have any controls. Not only did they not have JFrog controls in place to stop them from doing this, but they didn't have monitoring. So they didn't even know this was happening. They didn't even know their JFrog was being filled up with packages that were used for communicating between agents. And so like the big self-own from this was not that like, hey, their agents were doing this. It was the fact that they literally had no monitoring in place. 101. There was no monitoring. They had no way of knowing that they did this. They, like, you should go watch it, because I would love to know your all's take on this, because that was basically my take on this, was that, yeah, and then they did obtain root admin permissions for the cluster and stuff, but the whole like hack that they did was like a well-known vulnerability escape path. Basically, they used valid credentials and then used those valid credentials to move laterally, which is a very like the JFrog API just didn't authenticate or check permissions on one of the endpoints, and it found it. Like, it's a very well-known attack path. It wasn't anything new. Anyways, you guys should go watch it. Let me know what you think. I just thought it was a pretty big self-own. All right. Docker container. Here we go. Let's do this Docker Compose. They were using React and then translating that to terminal escape code. Dude, like I said, did you guys not realize that? If people didn't realize this, you should go read this. I actually didn't read this blog post, but it looks kind of good. And I like the humility of this person. Like, this blog comes out as well written. Just because, like, to understand that we've all done the same thing and been there is good, because it shows a bit of self-reflection. But yeah, this is why they have a flickering problem. Everybody will talk about Claude Code's flickering problem that still exists. This is part of the problem. I agree, Russell. I 100% agree. So, like, in the United States, there's like intentional versus non-intentional criminal activity, and non-intentional is treated less strictly, obviously, but there is non-intentional criminal activity that was due to negligence. And I think that they should be treated as they did the thing and it was out of lack of negligence. And I think they should be held accountable for that. I absolutely do. I have said so in the past. I will say so as of now. They should be held negligent with what they did, because literally what they did was told the thing to go hack them and then didn't sandbox them and didn't monitor them. Big, like I said, biggest self-own I have. Well, okay, that was the Anthropic one. This one, they did at least. This The OpenAI one, they did at least sandbox them. Not good enough, but they did. And I would say that they are still maybe less liable because they didn't have monitoring. They literally didn't know that their agent was hitting the public internet. How do you not know that your agent is hitting the public internet? It just blows my mind. This is 101. If you actually think that your agent is as dangerous as you hype it up to be, you would be tracking what it actually does. Like, you would be doing this. Anyways, good read. This is ridiculous. It's another self-own. We unintentionally escaped the sandbox when defending hackers. Agreed. Agreed. Grey Hatter, I am pointing out that that is exactly what I'm doing. I'm pointing out that it looks like lying. I said if they honestly believe that implies that I believe that they're lying. I believe that they're lying. Absolutely. I don't believe that they think it is as dangerous as they say. At least how much they hype it. And I think that they use things like what they did as tools to make other people think. That's why I state and I go through and I talk about like, hey, it actually was a well-known attack path. It didn't invent a new attack path. It was a 0 day. A 0 day means that we didn't know about the attack, not that we didn't know about the attack path, not that it wasn't a common standard vulnerability that JFrog has probably had multiple of. Not that it's not one that I haven't had. So that is yeah. I purposely call out how it's not the things that they say it is. Okay. This one. I want to make one of these. Open wake word. We're just gonna make this open wake word. Did I not copy that? Let me copy that and try to paste. Oh, I forgot because I'm in this form. It can't paste off of the buffer. I can do it like that though. So that's okay. That's okay. I got it. These look fine. This is the Wyoming default protocol, the 12202. I hope that that's okay. Path to config. That's probably not okay. What is the path to my config? What is the config? You can run this project locally, clone the repo, create a path to config. Does he have a config here? Here is the config. Well, I can get better about being clear about my implications. Maybe I don't. Maybe I leave the implication hanging. What I need to get better about, just from a legal perspective, not saying that they're lying. I'm saying that I believe that they're lying. It's a little bit different. I don't necessarily know that they're lying. I believe their actions would say that they're lying. And I need to get better about maybe saying that. So I can use this to test. Cool. Okay. Oh, so we need a different base. Oh, for each one? Oh. Oh, in OpenWake, one second. Yeah, I don't know much about these Raspi? It's probably Raspi? That's probably how it is pronounced. Device that each device needs its own port number. Well, I don't know what backs this one actually. Raspy? Like, oh, like a voice, like raspy voice? Oh, you're probably right, Grey Hatter. I'm so dumb sometimes when you're like in the zone, you miss like the the really like obvious thing because you're like probably raspy. It's probably raspy. You're probably correct. I was thinking like Python and like a rasp on. I was so overthinking it. It's fantastic. Yeah, don't bother me with coding letters. What's the meaning behind this? Oh. Wait. Delete any wake words you don't want to activate on it. Or remove the entire model name sections to use all pre-trained models. I want to... I want to do my own. This is the setting piece that I want, right? Yeah, I see what you're saying, Grey Hatter. The RASPI, but it's already in use. I want to use my own. Maybe I don't want this one. This one looks to be like open wake word raspy. I want open wake word open wake word Wyoming, right? Wyoming. Oh, now this is raspy Wyoming open wake word. Oh dear. All right. Okay, perfect. Do I already have Wyoming open wake word? Do I? I could. Open wake word. No, I don't. Git clone. I probably should have made a directory for all this AI stuff that I'm doing for training AIs. I actually need to put a little hierarchy to my code directory. I do. I don't know how I feel about this, but I feel like I just polluted my system a little bit. I probably should have done like a virtual environment. Oh. All right, so we just need custom model dir. So if we do this, one second, ls, this was HA stuff. We have a custom model in here. My custom model, it is not a... It said that it's going to look like for a TF light. Did I not make one? Did I not generate one? Hey, Leo. Is this the Google collab I tried to use that didn't work at all? It is. When the model finishes, you can navigate to my... It's a folder. I'm an idiot. It's a folder. Okay, well, at least we've solved that. Okay. So we can just do custom directory here. Oh, we could have just done this. But yeah, we'll have to pass the custom model. We'll do it locally now anyways. We've already done it. So we'll do this. And then custom model. Is it custom model? Custom model dir. Custom model dir. Of course, I forgot the dashes. Custom model dir equals home, Merrick, code, HA stuff, my custom model. The root is ready. The root is ready. All roots are ready. Okay, so now we should be able to see this in Home Assistant eventually, right? Wyoming protocol. Okay. Host. Can I do, I don't know my IP address. It should see it though, eventually, right? In a little bit, since we're broadcasting on the same network. Refresh. I don't know how, okay, well, let's just find our computer's IP address and we'll just put it in there. Right, so this will be 192.168.1. Something, yeah, something. And the port is 10,400. 10,400. And I think this is, it's not 85, is it? It's not. We can find out though. 192.168.1. Thank you. I don't know. I might have to log in. I do. I need to change this. Currently, I do two-factor authentication with my email with Ubiquiti, and it's bad. It's a smell. I don't like it. I don't like it. I could have just asked my Linux machine what IP address it had. I could have. I didn't, but I could have. It's a good thought. It's a good thought. All right, so we are on 78. 78. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. 78. Submit. Oh, look, and it got that it was open wake word. So it is running there. Beautiful. And this is, we're going to expose this. Now, name is Alfred, my good man. Exposed device enabled visible update done. Alfred, my good man. Now, in theory, I should be able to, not that. I should be able to go to devices. Actually, home assistants. This one. And I should be able to say, Alfred, my good man. So this should be my wake word engine. Is Alfred, my good man. And the wake word I want is Alfred, my good man. So now all of that should be working. In theory, I think. What we need to do is this device. Now, right now, it responds to Hey Jarvis. What we need to do is set this to be streaming. Eddie, it's good to see you. We need to have chat. We need to have chat's ability. I don't know how to do this though, because I know when you give chat something, it becomes a very dangerous tool. Thank you for your follow, by the way. I'd like to, so there's going to be a couple things. I did order my HTMX poster. So here soon, I'm going to be the owner. My wife is furious that I spent $15 on an HTMX poster, by the way. So you're welcome. And I'm not even done because now I need a frame that I can embed LEDs into. And the idea is when HTMX is spoken, I want the frame to go crazy, right? I want it to like light up. So we have a lot of big plans for this. But yeah. Get myself an HTMX sponsorship. That would be the HTMX way, where you have to pay for your own sponsorship. That would be so totally, they'd be down for it if I paid them for a sponsorship. For them to sponsor me. Right? Yeah. All right. So now, with all of this running, we are... Alfred, that's the voice assistant, is set up to stream the wake word engine. If a device supports streaming wake word engines, you can activate assistant by saying this word, right? So what I need to do now is I need to make this a streaming. Okay, so that's the last, I had this pulled up how to do this. And I need to do that now. How to make Home Assistant voice preview stream. I don't want a micro wake word. ESP Home Builder, I have this. Runs on a separate app in the dashboard. However, you can refresh if necessary. I'm running on the HA Green. There's a bit of... yeah. So I did this too. This is exactly right. This is exactly right. There's a bit of... Yeah, that explains it. It was a little finicky. A little finicky. But I don't have a micro wake word. I want the streaming wake word. Okay, I've make Home Assistant voice preview stream wake words. Right. This is what I'm doing with the Wyoming protocol. So it's not on the... This is what I've done. This is what I've done. This is what I've done. Yeah, but I need to now update it. Oh, okay. This is what I wanted to do. So is this, let's actually, let's pull this out and put this in over here. I love that I just get flashbang with his face every once in a while. I'm just leaving that tab open. Oh no, where'd my instructions go? Come here. Okay, here we go. I wanted to see if this was the same as, let's go settings, home, no apps, home builder, open web app. If we go here, is that this right here? Substitutions? Yeah. Okay, so this is exactly what I was looking for, right? This is the substitutions, ESP home, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Praises of the voice assistant. The voice assistant is ready to be triggered by a wake word. I don't know why we need all of these things. This scares me. I was not expecting to need to do all these. Why are we doing these as substitutions? I don't know. Do I need to... You know what? I need to copy this. What we're going to do is we're going to not make a dir, but him ESP 32 HA voice preview backup .yaml. Did I not copy this? I don't know why I struggle with copy and paste so much. Some things just... Okay. So, we'll save that. Oh yeah, there's my key. Excellent. It's all right. In this new era, we save our keys to Git anyways, so... Do we just YOLO this? This is so much. This is so much. Oh gosh. Oh, that needs to be a shirt. I store my keys in Firebase. So this is a fork of the This is all really old, though. Is there something newer than this? You know, actually, that's a really good idea, though. We should do that first. And what I mean is we should go in here. Not here. We should go into here. And set this to... OK Nimbu. And that way we can test it. Because, like, we don't know that mine was trained very well, right? So we want to know that we're using that system first. So it's good to use a simple thing that was trained well. So what was it? OK Naboo. OK Naboo. It's a dumb one. And it's not. So anyways, it's obviously not using it. Now what we need to do is actually get this to... Yeah. Get this. Oh, I thought I had an article on how to do it. I thought that this was not going to be this big of a deal. See, I need a wake word engine location. That's like what we're missing here, is there's no setting for like wake word engine location, right? Shall we do something drastic like ask Codex? How do I search here? Oh, big search button. Oh yeah, this is something we found. The micro wake word training was rough. So they're forking the whole thing. Yeah, but it's like 89 commits behind. Which then makes me like, this is a year and a half, 2 years old. So in a year, they've made 89 commits. I'm almost wondering if we should try to pair these two together. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of conflicts, is there? Ooh. Well, there's a bunch of deleted stuff. So, this is the most recent thing, 2 years ago. Oh man, this is terrifying to me. I think I need to go and read some of, like, I need to look at the diff here better. Understand what was changed. So basically, we added some stuff on init.py. This is interesting. I'm not sure why we need it, but interesting. So we're just scaling some audio samples here. Okay. Oh, this is so much more than I was hoping it was going to be. Oh boy. So I've got to install this ESP Home. And then I can use this YAML to configure it. And then it will kind of work. Because in here, there were some things that they couldn't replicate, right? Oh, this is interesting. Oh, the timer ring, they like, oh. Okay, yeah, I see a little bit of what they're doing here. These are just like events. I don't know. Addressable lambda is just like, they seem like events to me. Jack plugged, factory C, reset, tick, rainbow, timer tick, timer ring, error. Okay. When the voice assistant is listening to a command. So this is like just, yeah. But this was before they released continued conversations and assist start conversations, neither of which work with this firmware. But no joy yet. Oh man. So I had been really excited about this because the idea was I actually didn't want to train, like, I don't like the idea of having two different wake words and two different assistants. I like the idea of having an unlimited number, and I liked having that all controlled by the thing listening for the wake words. And so I actually prefer, instead of configuring this at the hardware, so if I got another piece of hardware and plugged it in, it would just work because it's actually the assistant that has the wake word. This to me makes sense and is how I'd like to set it up. Maybe I need to try to work this out. What I want to do is understand what this is doing. I'm gonna have to go back and understand what this is doing, plus what this fork is doing. So like there's two things. What did it add? And then what is it missing? And can we marry those two things together? I don't know that it hasn't made progress for 5 years. The thing that's interesting here is I feel like they should have added streaming wake word support, right? Oh, interesting. He didn't just make up all of that. This actually comes from what they have in their base, right? Now, why is he overriding them, or substitutions? I think, honestly, he has more stuff than he needs in here, right? Like, we don't need these substitutions, right? Because they're the same as the normal ones. And the substitutions are literally just substituted for the stuff in here, right? So this is just substituting 3 for voice ID, listening for command phase ID. It's just an ID used here, right? It's just a substitution in this, which is fine. Okay, I won't do this on stream because this is going to take a little bit of time to diff. What's an Easter eggs? I don't know. And like, it's weird because nobody's done anything for the last 2 years. I guess 2025. So last year, it feels like more people would be interested in this, but maybe people are just okay with the 4 words that come on it. I don't know. Does nobody want the streaming? The streaming seems to make sense to me. But maybe the streaming isn't what people want. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna call it for today. I need to go do some stuff with my kids. It's been 5 hours. I didn't realize it's been 5 hours. I am going to try to diff this and have a plan for next Saturday. Assuming my arm doesn't hurt too much, I am going to try to have a plan. I might even experiment with a few things. If they seem like they're going well, I'll stop so that you guys can experiment with me. If they're going poorly, I'll keep trying some stuff. The first thing I need to do is just diff it. Like, it's not even an experiment. I'm just going to literally get both copies. I'm going to call diffs on them. I'm going to walk through them. I'm probably going to have Claude run through the diff and explain the diff to me as I look through the diff. I'm going to do a couple things like that to just try to understand everything that's different between the two. I've also not done this type of YAML configuration of hardware through Home Assistant before. And then the other thing is, so we have this config, but we also have the actual files changed. I'm assuming this is like, it doesn't have the, this looks like it's just compressing the audio and sending it on the wire. That's kind of what it looks like. This is just like byte sampling. I'm not a big audio person, so like, but just what I've seen here, the little bit I've seen, that's what it looks like. Yeah, it's just like audio streaming stuff that it didn't have. Yeah. Okay, anyways. Let's find somebody to raid. Do we have anybody? Ooh, here's C#. Building a project management platform. I have no idea who this is. They have the tags agile methodology, so I assume that we are 100% in alignment. That does kind of sound like work. Kind of sounds like work. Okay, I don't know who this is. This has got to be better than ToggleBits. I'm just gonna stay on it and check it out for a little bit myself. The name of gamer in there seems like a complete lie. This guy does not seem like he games. I haven't seen C# for a little while though, so I'm kind of interested in seeing what that looks like right now. So we're gonna raid them. I hope you guys all have a fantastic weekend and week. I hope to see you next weekend if all goes well. I'll let you all know in Discord. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic week. Bye.